Okay, sorry about that. Hydrate. It's important. Just regular water. It's all it is. All right. Okay. Here we go. Now, what I'm going to do is do the same thing I was doing before. The asset management, working on the asset management ideology. I'm going to try something. And the reason why I want to try this is because of something I saw on the last testing. And the last testing, what I saw is on this particular day, which would be, I guess this is April 2nd. I want to hit play here because I want to see something develop. I want to make sure that it's there. Yep. Okay, beautiful. And what I want to make sure is there's the IVB, right? The initial balance of the day. Okay. And let me make sure that it's set to the right setting. Perfect. 15 minutes. So you can do 15 minutes, you can do half hour, whatever it is that you want to do. It doesn't really matter. I'm doing it in the context of 15 minutes. And what we have here are sellers, and we have buyers. I have not done a PMA. I haven't done anything else. I just have price and volume printing right now. I don't even have normal volume. I do have this 30-minute up, which I can actually hide it just so it's not there. And what I'm seeing in this market right now is nothing but buys. We had a seller here that tried to come in at the highs, and price action just continued to go up. I don't see sellers coming in. I don't see any auctions. I don't see anything else. I'm anticipating an imbalanced market condition to the higher side. Now, we do know that in April, right, we were in uptrends, and I'm not putting that into context with this analysis. I'm just looking at what price is telling me, and there is nothing telling us that the price is going down. We came in here with a seller, rejected, price moved higher, a buyer stepped in, we immediately broke highs, and now a seller tried to come in at those highs, and now we're just skyrocketing upwards. What I would anticipate is a possible pullback into maybe this area here, maybe into this area here, a breakout of this little buyer section, and then an increase in direction to the upside. I'm just looking for some sort of breakout and then continuation to the upside. Right now, price action can't even come down into this area. I'm going to be patient. Well, there it is. There it is right there. Now that it's down here in this area, I want to see down, 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 seller. This is good to see. Now we have a seller in this market, right? Do we hold that seller, get back above where buyers are? This doesn't mean short, right? This means that there's more selling pressure here, 42 comparatively to 8. Look at the sellers coming into this market here. The sellers are coming in strong, right? You got more sellers here than you had way over here, right? You had a lot, 228 and those type of things, blah, blah, blah. But you have 35, 45, 22, right? 31, 32, 8, 32, 24, 36, okay? And then 43, 45, 67, 68, but we're unable to make lower lows, at least for right now. And now we have another seller at the low. Hey, Seed, how's it going? Okay, so Seed, what I'm doing here is I'm just playing back another day, okay? And I'm going to keep playing these days between, 9:30, 10:30, 11, somewhere right around there, and then go to another day. And what I'm trying to do here is something that I thought of, and you tell me what you think, okay? This is what I thought. Let's go ahead and scale everything down. I don't have volume down here. I can even take away this volume profile. I don't want anything on my charts other than buyers, sellers, and price. Okay, that's it. That's all I want to see. I'm not doing any pre-market analysis. I'm not doing anything else. I want to see if I can just trade off the price and volume in the context of asset management and still be profitable. So if you want on your side, I don't know, do you have access to a computer? Are you on a computer? Are you on a screen? What are you on? What are you watching this on? Let me see here. And what I was going to do is something I can just do myself. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that, which will be just fine. And we're just going to play this and we're going to see what happens. Price action's unable to make these lows. It's first thing in the morning. It is the open of the market. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and enter. I need to get these off. How do I shut those off? Because what I'm trying to do here is I'm just trading. That's it. I'm not looking at anything else but trading. I need to take the, and this is going to be important when I go back live anyhow on trading. I need orders, strategy report, trade copier, portfolio orders. It's going to be options. Where's the trade? Maybe in the settings. I should be watching this, but I need to make a change here. Show equity, show contract details, yes, yes. Frequency, yes. You're on a tablet. Okay, beautiful. Perfect. Well, I'll go ahead and do it on my side because it's just going to be much easier. Let's see. There's an order confirmation on here that I'm trying to get rid of, and I will figure that out later. I kind of need to watch what price is doing here. Down 400 right now. We're good. Buyer stepping in here. And it's way early too. I'm trading the open, right? Nobody really trades the open. If we had like 15 lots right now, I'd be adding a lot and adding into here, but I need to maintain my inventory for exiting expenses rather than actually coming into an area and trading around an area. At least with this hypothesis, right? And so price action came in and tested the higher volume areas, not quite into where the sellers were, but a higher volume area down here. And we came right into where the buyers were for another higher volume, and we're still rotating lower. And we're only at 9:36 in the morning. Now we're down 1,000. Now it's time that I'm going to need to look at getting out of the positioning on a pullback, but I'm not seeing a pullback here yet. Not even a little bit. I'm pulling back a little bit now, but not quite. There we go. I liked that. Now, this bar doesn't have to break a higher high. We're only in 3 contracts. As soon as we go positive, there we go. I'm out $190. down 1,000, added 2 contracts on a low, up 190. And now I am going to wait until 9:45. Okay. I'm not saying that I want to trade this way. What I'm trying to do is test this out and say, okay, strip everything away. Only trade this time frame. Only trade what's on this chart. Never look at anything else whatsoever. What happens if I do that? This is April 2nd. See, here's the thing, right? If you're trading and you're doing things, you're trying to become profitable. What I'm saying is I'm taking the profit, I'm taking the results out of the equation, I'm taking the business out of the equation, I'm turning this into a science experiment. This is just a science experiment. I don't care. I don't care about the results. We could be negative. I don't care. What I want to have is I want to have a scientific, what do they call it? They call it something. When you're a scientist and you're doing things, you have a control. This is my control, right? I just want to strip everything off and I want to see the control and want to see where we're at. And then from the control, what I'm going to do is maybe add some things and then see what the result differences are. See, every time I've ever done anything with trading, I've always come into the charts and said, okay, how do I make money? I am absolutely 100% taking the result out of the equation and completely looking at this as a scientist. And this is amazing to me too, Seed. I'm grateful that you see it that way, because this is amazing to me too, because I've never done this before. I don't know if anybody has. I mean, have you ever looked at a chart as a scientist before, where you're nothing about, or have you always looked at a chart where it's like, okay, how can I make money? And it's like we're psychologically programmed to only see money when we're looking at this stuff, in my viewpoint, from my experience. Some other people might look at it differently, but for mine, that's all I've ever looked at it as, from that view. So this is completely new and different for me. And I love it. I love the experience. And I have all the water that I could possibly need right now. And it's just time to focus on the charts themselves. 940. We'll put this up here so everybody can see, so you know that I'm not doing any funny business on the other side, right? I don't know if anybody can see that, because I think that the charts, yeah, no. So if I put it over here, we can, but then we block. Well, we'll put it over here for right now so we're not blocking anything for anybody. We'll try that and see what happens. And then I just need to adjust things for anybody watching that comes in on TikTok or something like that, to make sure that they can see something regarding what's happening right now. I'm not going into any form of analysis at the moment. I don't want to overdo anything in this time frame right now. I just want to look at it only as an experiment. I'm comfortable with the markets now that I have a clue of this. I mean, I would watch my trades loose. Instead, I could have prevent them. Yeah. See what happens. I don't like this here. I promise there's no funny business or anything else. If I do anything with this, I'll move it over to the other side, but I just don't like it there. Not with that, not with having to try to put things over here with TikTok, and then I can't see anything anyhow. So sorry, TikTok, you guys are just not going to be able to eat. You're going to have to come over to the tube. I might have to just go ahead and end that over there on that side, because it's just, it's too much. I want to see the initial balance, right? I want to see the initial balance of the first 15 minutes. And we're going to use this as value. Range extensions and those type of things, I'm not even going to look at them as range extensions anymore, because maybe the definition that I have for them makes it very difficult to trade. Okay. What I'm looking for, if it's a breakout, I'm going to go in direction of breakout. If it comes back down into value again, I know where I want to get out. Value is probably going to test. Very few times do we break out and then just go. A lot of times we break out, we come down, we might come down a bit, but then we come back. And in that coming back, that's where I'm going to get out of the position and reverse myself and go short, because now we're looking at a potential area of value instead of an imbalanced market condition. Because that's what a breakout's signaling, right? Possibility of an imbalanced market condition to the higher side, or finding balance to the higher side. But if I'm doing that on this chart with the initial balance, why do I need all of the other information from the other charts? Analysis paralysis at some point is going to set in. And why not make this as easy as possible for people? What do we have here? We've got an auction. We came right down to it. You know what? Let's go ahead. It's 9:42. I'm front running this by 3 minutes. Okay. I'm cool with that. I'm not putting stops in. I'm not doing anything else. I'm going long here. Why? Why am I going long here? We got sellers, which are pretty strong on this bar right now. We have a seller that's coming in here. We're holding this area of auction. I'm anticipating an area here of value to come in. Okay, we still have the buyers up here. We tested the sellers down here. We have a strong lift of bar here. We're pulling back here on this bar. I'm anticipating that we're going to come back. If we hold these lows, we're going to come back and test these highs. If we don't hold these lows, we're going to cycle down. And as we cycle down through here, we're going to get a pullback, and I'm going to get out of this pullback on a tension, I'm going to get out of this trade on a pullback with inventory. And that's it. Anticipating the long side. I know enough about the market condition just by looking at a chart, right, on a longer term. We're an imbalanced market condition higher. We're in the beginning of April. We already know that we're an imbalanced market condition higher. So buying highs, right? And I'm not buying up here. I'm buying right at the low of the range. And that's the whole point of this, right? We want to buy low, sell high. Well, if we have an area or analysis, or I'm waiting for confirmation, I'm not buying the low anymore. I'm buying off the low, and I'm trying to get in as close to the low as I possibly can. And this price here is almost as close as I could have gotten in this context, because I got in as we came down. The only other thing I could have done is waited for this bar to close, waited for an up bar and open and bought down in here. But if I bought here at 70 instead of 708, I mean, we're still looking at 38 points at that point in time. 38 points is enough to already be in profit. So I might have to do that and wait, and not buy on a deep bar like this. Wait for the next bar, an up bar, to be able to get in closer to the low. Okay, that's a possibility. We might look at that. Okay, now, where am I expecting price action to go? I could say, oh, well, we could possibly be trending, right? We could possibly go way up here. Well, I'm not trying to do that. My first trades and my first key of trading is, and at least at this point in time, see, I got to get rid of these. Will trigger an instant execution. No, why would that do an instant execution? Sell limit up here. That makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. Why would that be an instant execution? I'm putting a limit order above price to sell. Oh, initial. Okay, I see what it's saying. Yes. That's the confirmation. I got to get rid of that. So what we're going to do here is, if we come up and hit this area, right, we're going to be locking in an additional $1,500 for inventory today. And that's all I want. My initial trade is just to add inventory. And the first trade didn't add inventory. So I'm going to see if I can add inventory on this one. It's not about revenue. It's about adding inventory. And once we have added inventory, now we can turn around and start trading the rest of the day. right? Because now we've got more information, we've got everything else. I'm just trying to get us back into an area of profit. And where am I going with my stop? Right, or this target right below where the buyers are, where I anticipate price action to come up here as a magnet. Could you possibly test the sellers? Sure, but we've already tested the auction at the lower prices. We've already tested everything. Where's the auction at? Right in here, right there. And there we go. Now we have $1,700 to work off of, plus the additional $5,000, right? Now we have $6,700 of inventory. Now we have plenty of room. Can it continue to move higher? Can it continue to go? Sure, but I'm not trying to forecast price anymore. And that's what asset managers do not try to forecast price. Traders are constantly trying to forecast price, and we forecast actually losses and expenses. Is it any wonder why most traders blow up accounts if they're completely focused on their stop and where their risk is? What you focus on is what you create. And if you're focusing on your stop and you're focusing on your risk and you're hoping and praying that 2 to 1 to 1, 2 to 2, 1 to 2, or 2 to 1 risk reward ratios or whatever are being hit, you're still focused on your stop, and then your stop is hit more often, and now you're turned around and you're out. I don't even have a stop. I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about inventory. I'm going back to break even. Exactly. Let's keep collecting that inventory. Exactly. 100%. 100%. And then at the end of the trading day, if you have excess inventory, what do you have? Revenue. Revenue is already generated through the whole process of collecting inventory. And collecting inventory is just giving you more room to snap back from expenses. Not because it's an expense, but because you are down in a trade and you have to get back to break even. It's waiting for the market to get you back to break even. You can't control that, but you can absolutely control the inventory to get yourself back into break even. Oh my God. What a change in mindset. If you want to talk about a mindset shift, oh my God, I'm blown away right now. And so what's happening in the market right now? Nothing. And we have these buyers and sellers down here. We're in the mid range of value. What would we be doing right now if we were in the mid range of value on like a daily volume profile, right? We'd be looking for potential scalps in the position and those type of things. I could absolutely look for scalps, but why? At this point in time, why? I don't need more entries anymore to possibly get profitable because I don't have to cover expenses right now. There are no expenses. This is blowing my mind right now. I don't have to hunt entries, even though this would be a decent entry right here. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and try it just to see what happens. And immediately I wanted to put a stop in. I was ready to hit that SL button just to put a stop in. Again, I didn't do that last time, but I did this time. But this time I am going to add a stop. No, I'm not. I'm going to go ahead and add a limit. Where am I expecting price action to possibly come to? Since we tested this range up here, I'm expecting a test mid-range here. So we should be about $395 in profit, because I'm testing it in here and this is just a scalp. Why put a stop in? What I could do though is put a stop, say, okay, I'm up 200, go ahead and lock in the $20, lock in the 40, right? Why get out here at the 200 when it could turn around and say, okay, we're breaking those highs. Now I'm going to lock in 190. If we break this area up here, I'm going to move my stop. If we make another high, I'm going to move my stop up here and I'm going to lock in even more. Now, if momentum comes in, I'm able to take the momentum trade. So instead of going in or just just putting in a limit order on this. Now I need a momentum. Why am I not doing that here? Because I want inventory. This is an inventory. This is trying to catch momentum. Two different trades. So we have two different trading styles, but both of them happening on the asset management. And why this trade here? We had the seller coming in. We broke this low by one tick and we couldn't go lower. And we have a buyer support right below us. And the buyers started to come in. I waited for the up bar. There's the entry. We're looking for possible momentum to the upside because we just broke the low. The sellers are not there. We tried to get sellers in here. The buyers stepped in and here we go. You're here to stop me from putting that stop loss. Yeah, exactly, right. But I do want to stop in that arena so we can actually go into the momentum of a position instead of just saying, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and lock in like $200 or whatever. We might as well give more if the market's going to get us more, because if we can get into one of these and it just starts running, right, we can take it directly to the moon and pick up $2,000 just in one of those positions of a momentum trade. I say 2000 because that's kind of like the max of a momentum trade a lot of times. And before when I was doing the momentum and stuff, I'd be trying to buy here or other things along those lines. I'm not doing that here. Now, it's interesting. I don't know why I have another IVB up here. Let me look at my indicators and see if I have like two of these turned on right now. IVB, yeah, I do. So let's shut this one off. Nope. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm taking stuff off now. Oh, that was dumb. I've hit the wrong button. Shoot. What did I just remove? Well, it looks like I removed one of them. But now if we hit the high here, which one moves? Hit the high. Not because I want to be in. I just want to see if it moves. Yep. Okay. So what that means that I need to come in here, need to go into IMVB. I need to do this pretty quickly because we're moving into, so it's off of 16. Perfect. There's the apply. There's the save. Now we're good to go. Let this reset. See, now we broke out, right? So now what am I expecting price action to do? Well, this is the breakout, and this is where I'd be like, okay, well, are we on a market shift? What are we doing? So we broke out, we closed above, we have another continuation, buyers up here. I'm looking for a pullback into a continuation to the up move. That's all I'm going to do. And if we get a close back below here again, I can possibly look for short positions, but I really want it to, I need to start seeing some sellers. All we're seeing here is buying. That's it. Buying, 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 buying. We're not seeing any sellers. We're not seeing anything else. We're just seeing buying. Here's a pullback right here. Look at these sellers here at 242. 242 sellers up here, and price action can't even come back down below this low. If price action comes back above here, I want to buy. Or I can just go ahead and buy and hold for these sellers. But the problem is, by doing that, you're not waiting for the buyers to come back into the market. Okay? You're not waiting for those buyers to come back into the market. It's a different situation than down here. Here you have a lower low, right? You already know that the sellers weren't able to go lower. Here, you don't know that the buyers are willing to accept prices because you're buying below where the sellers are. And so right there would be a better reason to buy because now you have buyers in the market. Okay. Still no stop. I'm not putting a stop, but if price action starts to move in momentum, I'm going to go ahead and trail my stop, expecting a possible momentum move. And now I'm not thinking about, okay, am I in an area? Is this an area of contention where you got buyers and sellers that you don't want to be in? I'm not thinking about any of that stuff because I've removed all of that stuff now, and I'm just in my control area. Now we have a buyer. Now we have a buyer. Now we have the pullback. And we have the pullback right here to the buyer. We have the pullback here below this low right here, right? An up bar, now you want to buy. It's a much cleaner signal than trying to buy on this bar. I need to be a little bit more patient and wait for the next bar. Just like this, waiting for the next bar in the low. Just like over here, I could have waited for this bar here and got a better price. I would have gotten a worse price here that I'm in, but I wouldn't have had any drawdown yet on this position. Now I'd have a little bit of drawdown and a little bit more drawdown, but do I really care about drawdown anymore when I have inventory? And we have $2,000 of inventory now. 7,000 in total. Now we have this area here. These are little support and resistance lines. I'm not sure exactly if I want to use them. I have them on the chart so I can watch them. And now that I'm not looking at all the other stuff, I can watch these. These are potential areas for pullbacks where buyers were strong, right? And buyers here are strong, 125 comparatively to 78, 134 to 38. It's just another visualization to see it. And that's where the market pulled back after this bar went up. You're up $300. Let's just go ahead and we're not putting a stop in, we're putting our trailing stop in, and we're locking $200 into the position right now, looking for potential momentum on the position, not to limit ourselves. Now, here's a question. Do we want to use a stop at all, or do we want to turn around and just get out as an asset manager? But to me, in momentum, this is asset management, locking in 445. I'm comfortable with this in terms of a scalp play. If we're in value and we're getting into lower range of value, expect a movement to an upper range of value. So stay in longer. Go ahead and use your target, collect that inventory. But if you're coming in here for basically what I would call this is a scalp trade and not a value trade, now I want to turn around and use my stop. Seed, if you have any ideas whatsoever, anything else, please absolutely share your ideas. This is for collaboration, right? I don't know if you noticed or not, but I'm so relaxed trading this right now. It's not even funny. So it's not like any form of feedback. Somebody could tell me any bias or anything else that they might have right now, and it's not going to get me sideways at all. Not even a little bit. If we can break this high, I move my stop right directly over below here where the buyers are, especially now that we have a seller. Two sellers now. Price actions. Look at that. Selling pressure, price action, breaking highs. Are those really strong sellers in there? Who's in control? And now I can start removing all of these little lines and everything else. I don't need any of these things anymore. And here it is. Right? And if we want to, we can take these scalps. That's what this is for right up here. This is basically a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio off of the initial balance. So your initial balance width, right? That width is then brought into this protection line, and then it's brought into here. And we could, if we wanted to, just go ahead, enter these positions and target one of these two areas if we want to use targets instead of stops. That's a possibility as well. Now, I missed it, right, because I was talking, but price action came back down to test these buyers here. Here's the sellers. You get above the sellers and you can turn around and buy again. It's coming back down. Let's go ahead and do it. We're pretty close. I almost hit that stop again. Did you see that? And this time what we'll do is we'll go ahead and put the limit in for one sell. We're going to put it right below this area right here, and we're going to lock in $1,090 instead of trying to scalp it just to see what happens. I need to get all your information. At this point, you're killing it. We'll see what happens, right? I don't know. This is just one day. We'll see, right? But I've got, $2,900 plus the other 5,000. I got $7,900 in inventory. I'm liking this. Go ahead, come down. Threaten me with a good time. I don't really care at this point. I actually want to see it come down to watch me get out of this thing all over again. But you come up to 1,090 and I'm out, what, $3,900 in a day? 4 trades? 3 trades? 3. I think it was 2 trades. I don't know. I don't need to count them anymore. And so what happened here, right? I got in before a pullback. Okay, so I got into the market before a pullback, seeing if we can't move higher. Okay, that's fine. I have plenty of cartridges, you know, ready to go. Price action's coming against me. I have no stop in here. I don't care. I mean, we don't need to get crazy with these positions, right? So let's watch this. We've got a pullback here. Okay. Wouldn't even want to enter on this bar yet if I'm being really, really patient. No entries yet, no anything else. We broke through the lows. We have sellers down here. I want to kind of now see what happens at this low down here. All right. This is a nice up bar. It's looking good at the moment, but I'm anticipating a deeper test than this because we went ahead and broke these lows as far as we have. I'm expecting these lows to be tested again. Buyers came in, defended, right? But I don't necessarily think that that's going to be enough to bring enough buyers in here. I think sellers are going to come back in and try to test this low to break a low and see what happens down here. Now look at that, 136 buyers step in, 192, 164. See the fight? Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Are we going to break a low? Look at all these buyers coming in. Look at all of the buy and sell orders coming in right now. 209, 275, 228, 276. Look at how many more participants than over here. And price action right now cannot break a lower low. Can't break a lower low whatsoever. We might, but we haven't yet. Now we have our lower low, which I was anticipating. But look at the low though, 123 right now comparatively to 301, comparatively to 306. Are sellers going to get strong? Look at the buyers now. They're stepping out. Sellers are getting strong. Anticipate this low to break. And if it doesn't, the little buying in here is absorbing the sellers. As soon as you get an up bar, buy. And because I have so much inventory at the moment, guess what I'm going to do if this turns around into an up bar? I'm going long. Now I'm in two. Now I could put one limit here. And if I wanted to, I could put another limit clear up here. I don't care. Sure. Why not? $4,100 to lock in, 50, what is that? 5,400 at that point in time, something like that. 5,500, pretty close to. Beautiful. Let's do it. See what happens. I still have six cartridges that I can use to get myself out of the position if that's what I need to do. And we don't even have to get all the way up here to be in potential profits. Because price action is hesitating here, I could also cancel this. If we get above this entry, I could put a stop in, trade one of them to a possible momentum, and then hold the other one up here because it's not doing exactly what we'd anticipate here. That way, if it doesn't break the highs, we can get out of one. That gives us our one cartridge back, gives us a little bit more revenue of inventory, and now we can get back out. Now we can get out again with full inventory available to us, where right now we're losing one cartridge because we're in the two. That's another possibility we can do as well. We can set that up if we do come back up here and we start to get out of the position. Okay, right now we're down $1,400 on the two contracts, so we have to be cognizant of this because we only have $7,900 in total, but we're only down $1,400. Now we're only down $580. Sellers came in, right? Broke the low again. Sellers came in, price actions up. If we wanted to, if we had enough cars on an up bar here, we could buy another one. I'm not going to because I need the cars in order to, I like that cars. I like cars better than cartridges. I need the cars in order to be able to withstand a possible expense to get us back to a break even. So I'm not going to buy here, but it's a possibility too. But there you go. There's the signal. Now what happens at these highs? If we start to reject these highs, I'm going to get out of one of these positions in order to be able to get out of one of these cars in order to get the car back so we can use it for inventory. Okay, but we're going right through it right now. We're not seeing any rejection up here. We're going right through. I'm not going to trade this in a level of momentum at the moment. I'm just going to let it go. Now we have a seller in here. Now I'm going to be on the stop just in case. We got right through the buyer. We've got momentum. Here we go. We're good to go. Let's see if we can get up here into this target. If we don't, we start rejecting. We come back down in here. I will get out of the one and then cancel this. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and hold it and just wait, see what happens. Just in case, because of where we're at, I am going to put a target here. Oops, 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 oops. Nope, I want stop and I only want one. I only want one. I am going to put a stop here. No, 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 no. I got to work on this. This is something I definitely have to work on. So I'm going to go ahead and put one here, and I'm going to put another one here because I just entered another one and I messed up all of our entries. I'm putting two here just in case price action comes down and comes back through this area before it gets here, and then I will cancel this one. Luckily, we're in the long position, so even though I made a mistake in my orders, right, we're still in great position for anything else. Now we're out with two. I'm going to cancel this right here, and we still have one. I'm not putting a stop in, just waiting to see what happens, and we still have our limit all the way up here in case we get the momentum and we don't have to get out of the position as an asset manager. And I completely made a mistake there, fudged everything, gave us a worse entry than we had before. But you know what? It happens sometimes. We make mistakes, live with it, and move on. You know, you don't have to stop trading. You don't have to berate yourself for doing that mistake. You can turn around and say, okay, that was something that happened in the past. I'm going to stay here in the moment, in the present moment, here at the live edge. Where price, the only place where price exists is right here. Because the only place that we can interact with price is right here in this moment. The only way we can act with life is right here in this moment, because right now, this is life for us. But anybody else, this moment is life for them too. Life isn't back here. Life isn't over here on the right-hand side of the edge. It's right here at this point where price, where life, where time is moving. Because not only is price moving here, time is moving. And every second in this place right here matters. And how we show up in this moment right now, in this moment here, the way we show up this moment is going to determine our life results. It's not determined from over here. It's not determined from over here, someplace over here. It's determined from here. It's 10-10. We have a lot of auctions in here. We've got sellers in here. We got another area of sellers in here. We just came down to the sellers and we rejected, which is now at our entry point. Our entry point was much better until I messed it up, right? I'm going to remind myself that, not to degrade myself, but to remember what it is that I don't want to do in the future. Green, purple. If this is green, only be on the purple side. Don't grab anything from the green side, Tony. And then if this is purple because you're short, right? Now you only want to grab from the green side. Treat myself like I'm Bubba Gump. Ah. Or it's Forrest Gump. Yeah, Forrest Gump. Bubba Shrimp, Forrest Gump. Got confused. All right. So price action came right down into our area, didn't even come against us, up 500 right now. And we got a profit target all the way up here because we're anticipating a possible trend condition. Now here's your momentum. First target would have been hit. So I left some money on the table there because I did let that profit target get hit. So be it. That's okay. But we also, because of my mistake, we exited 2 contracts there where we did, which was pretty much about the same price as what we would have had if this would have been hit anyhow. So, I really can't. Even your mistakes get paid off. Seriously, you make a mistake and you still get paid off. Seed, are you laughing right now? I hope you're kind of laughing. Oh, man. And at any point we can exit. We don't have to hold for that other area. We could exit for another 500. We could exit for 600 or 700 and be up, 4K. But why? Why dictate? Why dictate what the market's going to do in the future? If I get out of the market right now, then I just said that my future prediction is that the market is going to go against me. And who am I to say what the market's going to do? Wouldn't that be like saying, hey, God, guess what? I mean, I'm not saying the market's God by any stretch of the imagination, right? But let's put it into context. Who am I to dictate what the market's going to do? Who am I to dictate what the results are going to be from the environment, right? It's not my job. Ha, watch this. Oh, good times. Good times. My job is to say, okay, my job is to react to information. My job is not to dictate what the information is going to be. And if I'm coming in and I'm saying, look, I want a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. I want to trade off of value. I want to trade off of this. I want to trade off of that. I'm saying, look, future results, I want you to react this way because it's my whole analysis. But if I come into a market that's complete unknown in the present moment and I know nothing, right, of what's going to happen in the future, because I don't know what this next tick is going to be. I don't know what the next tick is going to be after that. I mean, is it going to be an uptick? What is it going to do? Next tick is up. Next tick is up. No, it was down. Nope. They had 2 ticks up there in a row, right? So fast I couldn't even determine what that second tick could possibly be because it moved too fast. I can't dictate to the market what it's going to do. All I can do is react to what it's doing. And now that bodes a question. Do I want to be reactionary in my life or proactive in my life? And I would say that I'm actually being proactive in this. Why? Because price action goes against me. I have inventory. I've collected inventory today as well. I have $8,300 in inventory today where I only had $5,000 to begin with. And if price is going to move in my favor, I'm going to react to that too. And I'm already proactive on that because I already have my target of where I think price could possibly go. And if it doesn't get there, I'll react to it as it's going against me, and I'll get myself out at pretty close to a break-even trade and call it a day. So I don't think being reactive to the environment is bad because it's actually more of a proactive thing. Am I wrong? Am I missing something? In the laboratory, in the science experiment, could I possibly be missing anything in the context of how I'm viewing the current experiment? Because that's all this is an experiment. Now we're trading into a range, right? We got sellers up here. Okay. I could get out of this market, but what happens if I get out right now because the sellers are there? I'm saying that the market's going to continue down in the future because of the sellers that are right here. Who am I to dictate what the market's going to do? If I exit out here based upon an idea, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm saying you're going down. And it's saying right now, no, I'm not. Who's going to win? What I tell it it's going to do or what it's going to do? I'm 0% wrong. Yeah. I'm sorry. I can't help but laugh at the moment. And here's a question, right? In the context of asset management at this point in time, being up like this, do we want to put a stop at a break even just so we don't have to worry about it? Is $3,300 enough to lock in for think about future inventory, okay? Let's just think about future inventory. If price action comes against us and we can't get out at break even through the asset management, okay, through using our inventory, do we want to take a possible hit at this point in time after being up almost $2,000 in a position? Do we want to bring it back down again where our inventory we can use for tomorrow is now at risk? You think I found an edge to the next level? That's the question now at this point in time. In this current market condition, do I want to risk tomorrow's inventory? The answer is no. I don't want any form of potential expense in this market at all. So I'm going to lock in $70 in case the markets does decide to snap back and get me out, and I can keep all of my inventory left over for tomorrow in case this market comes down swiftly against me. There's no way I'm taking $70 in slippage on one contract. But I'm not touching the stop for anything else. And the only reason why I'm doing that is because we're already up about $2,000 in this position. I'm not coming up here and saying, hey, there's no way it's going up here. I'm going to limit my risk or I'm going to limit my exposure in the market by turning this into a scalp trade now. Let it run. Let it do its thing. Let the market do what it's going to do. But I'm saying, hey, market, guess what? And think about it in larger ideals, right? This is what I'm really saying. Universe, thank you so much for giving me added inventory today. I'm going to accept the inventory that you gave me. I'm going to be grateful for the inventory that you gave me. I'm going to allow you to give me more inventory if that's what you want to give me. But what I am going to do is protect the inventory that you gave me because I'm going to be a good steward of what you've given me. I'm going to protect what you have given me because what you have given me is worth protecting because you gave it to me for a reason. If I give it back to you now, then I'm saying, hey, I don't want it. I am going to have to come up with a name like ICT now, aren't I? Jesus. I was pretty hard on that guy yesterday. I didn't mean to be, and I wasn't being hard on him. I was being hard on the and not even hard on ICT. I'm being hard on the idea behind it. I'm being hard on the idea behind it because even I need to be hard on my idea behind auction market theory because I was holding on to auction market theory no different than they hold on to ICT, and I'm doing the same thing that they are by saying, hey, this is what the asset managers are using. I did the same thing with my own stuff because we hold on to it with that sort of stance. And I was very hard on his ideology yesterday. I need to apologize to him because I did the same exact thing. Hypocrite. Don't do it with ICT, but I'm going to do it with auction market theory because I'm right. That's the stance I took yesterday. And I realize that, and that's the wrong stance I want to be taking in this. And then you can say, well, the universe, even gave you more here. Are you being a good steward for the universe? Well, price action's in a trend right now. And if the universe wants to give me a godsend of $4,200 on a trade, you know what? I'm not going to say no. And so to me, getting out right here is limiting the gift that the universe could possibly give me. And I don't know again if this is the right frame to put this around. But I do know that we're human beings, and human beings need a framework. We need something to tie things around. This is the reason why we have so many religions, because the one unknown that we have in life is death. Nobody knows what's going to happen, and we need a framework to wrap around it, because without that, we have a great fear of the unknown. So we need a story to wrap around this some way, somehow. And is that the story I'm going to tell myself? The universe wants to give me something, and I'm going to give it room to give that to me. I'm not going to tell it no. But I'm also not going to be a bad steward and let it take away and not be a good steward of what it has given me. I don't know if that makes sense. And I don't know if that's going to be the final story, but it's an idea right now. It's a philosophy to wrap around the science of what we're seeing. And the science that we're seeing right now is the market doesn't like to be told what to do. Don't hit my stop, because that's what we're saying. Don't hit my stop. Yeah, okay, I'm going to go hit your stop because you just told me not to. But what I'm saying is, okay, you're going to go against me. Let me use inventory to get myself out of break even, because you're going to give me the opportunity to get out of break even. I'm going to take that opportunity. And so now how do I do that in terms of revenue? Because I'm having a really difficult time right now being up $1,500 and willing to give all of that back. How am I good steward there if I'm saying that doing this is good stewardship? I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around that idea. You know what? See, this is how bad of a person I am. The name we're going to come up with is TCI. That's the depravity of my thoughts. TCI. Oh, bad. Good times. Good times. Hmm. The world doesn't need more conviction. I'm really having a hard time with this at the moment. How do I justify being up nearly $2,000 into a position and let it come down to $70? Okay, okay, hold on for a second. That's trader talk. That's trader talk. Why? Because I'm focusing on the future of what could happen. That's what a trader does. What is the universe telling me? The universe is telling me that, yeah, I can have a potential $2,000 more. Okay? But it doesn't know, I don't know if it's done giving me more. I don't know if it's done giving me less. I could get out, sure. But it's not about the future harvest. It's about the current harvest. And don't risk the current harvest. This, the open PL, is the future. This is the current. Manage the current. let the universe manage the future. That's an idea I can get behind. TCI. Trading Cosmic Inventory. We need Morgan Freeman's voice for that. I can't even do a Morgan Freeman, so I'm not even going to try, but it's going to be something like TCI, Trading Cosmic Inventory. That's awesome. Well played, Seed. Well played. What do you think, Seed? Do you agree with that idea? Is the daily P&L what we need to manage? Is that the harvest that we need to manage? And the open P&L is the harvest that the universe is still managing for us. And we just put it out there. I mean, and what are these lines here for? They're there for a reason, right? The universe just had the probabilities for them. Somebody put them in there. What they mean, who knows, right? It's really just, price action could extend 2 standard deviations from current IB area. That's really what it boils down to. We hit standard deviation 1. What happens if we hit standard deviation 2? How often do we hit standard deviation 2 comparatively to standard deviation 1? Is it worth just going ahead and getting out at standard deviation 1, or is it worth coming up and hitting the standard deviation 2? Because what would that be? I mean, standard deviation 1 is what? Like $1,100 from entry? Something like that? $1,100 comparatively to 39. So this is really kind of a 4-to-1 risk reward ratio if you want to go that route with it, where this is more of a 2-to-1. Well, we can't even say risk. We can't even use risk reward ratio because we're not even talking about risk, because we don't care about risk because inventory manages that risk for us. Well, for me, I would say you need to set a target when you're up 1,500, protect 1,000. Okay, so you would say protect some that the universe is giving you in the open PL. By the time you're up $1,500, protect 1,000 of it. If you only get 1,000, there you go. And so you're not even saying coming up here into this area. You're not saying coming up in here. Because you're right. I mean, $2,000, right? We're willing to give up $2,000 of possible future value inventory, future inventory, possible perspective. Potential inventory. That's what we need to call this. This is not open P&L. This is open potential inventory. This is current inventory plus 5,000. And so you're saying that we need to basically lock in 75% of potential inventory once we're up $1,500 or $1,000. Or once that ties in at 1,500. And then at 2,000, we'd lock in 1,500. Does it start at 1,500? Why doesn't it start at 1,000? Why don't we go with the 1,000 to 750? Why are we doing 1,500 to 1,000? I'm not questioning you, right? I'm challenging the ideas to see if we can't find something that absolutely sticks, because we're still talking about it. If we had an answer, it would already be there. The asset management for the exit is already there. We're not moving it. We're not talking about it. We're not looking at changing it because it's stuck. It makes sense. Where we still have this idea here, which is still moving. It's a moving idea, right? And so if we did that, we would be out of the position right now. And let's just go forward and see what happens. gave it to us. And then some. 73.10 on the day. And it blew right through it. And so much more. Now, these trend days don't happen very often like this. Give the price space while protecting passive inventory. Absolutely. And if I was doing that and I was managing this, okay, so let's just look at it in the context of me as a trader and I'm managing this, right? There's no way that I would have been able to do any form of management of an asset here. I would have been out and I would have missed this. What's better, missing this or being out? Because the universe decided they wanted to give us $7,300 today. My viewpoint was just to take the $3,300 and call it a day. The next one, don't fast forward. You want to play through it? Beautiful. We can do that. No more fast forwarding. Promise. I get impatient. So that's day one. Now we need April 3rd. So April 3rd is a Friday. So now we're going to go ahead and play April 3rd. It's 10:41 and in this time frame here. So it's 10:41, 10:40, yeah, 10:41 on April 2nd. Locked in $7,310 in revenue. So now we're going to go ahead and hit reset, and we're going into the 3rd, which is a Friday. Wait, you know what? What happens if I just click this button? I wonder. Now the connection of the trade is gone. You're absolutely correct. And I felt that too when I did it. And thank you for calling that out. I really appreciate you. I don't think I would have called that out myself. So yeah, no, you are 100% correct. No more fast forwarding at all. I am going to fast forward to 9:40 though, because I don't want to be in the early positions and I need something to keep myself from doing it, because if I see it, I'm going to want to react. But 9:42, 9:43, I'm okay with entries there, but 9:36, it's too early. There's too much noise. Okay. So we're set. April 3rd, 9:40. I think the other charts are trying to, I could just take this chart. Let's try this. I'm going to try something here. I want to take this chart, and can I just save this chart? Template, save as, NQ, trading, asset, NQ asset management. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit save, and I'm actually going to close this workspace. No, I'm going to create a new workspace, and we're going to title this workspace It's not letting me. Let's go ahead and hit save. You're saving an empty workspace. No. Okay. Let's try that again. New. Go into untitled. I want new. Or actually, no, I can go to this one. I can hit save as. No. Okay. Oh, this is it's just telling me that I have an empty workspace altogether. Okay. So let's go into new price chart. TCI hashtag dead. That's pretty clever. Maybe I will. We'll see. I don't want to get too arrogant with all of this. Oh, goodness. Okay, so now if we come into the templates, right? And we come into the local, and I'm going to do this one here. Now the only chart that I have up is this. The only chart. So now I can go ahead and close up all of this so nobody has to see all of my messy desktop. And I can come in enabled, show trading. Trading settings right here. Show P&L, yes. Show price, no, that's fine. Show order ID, center, actions, ask confirmations. OCO group, creation, sure, whatever. What is that that's creating? There's got to be some sort of confirmation that it's asking for. Orders enable right, enable left, show as a yep, show flat, enable, show flat on right. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, I'll work on that later. It's not really going to mess with us too much, and we should be on. Let's go ahead and reset this just to make sure that we're on April 3rd, and we should be on April 3rd, 9:40, and we're going to start again. And now we should be able to go through this much quicker because now we don't have any of our other charts up at all. So we only building on one chart instead of multiple charts. So let's blow this up. We got our IB, we got everything else. And now we're going to, it's telling me to reset this again because I can't hit set. Oh, you know what I do need though? Huh. I might have broke it. Yeah, I think I broke it. Nope, it's still spinning. Okay, we should be okay. There we go. Good. Good. Okay, now we have our footprints. I can shrink this a little bit, and then I can go kind of like this. And now we're 9:14. Why are we at 9:14? This is, oh, because we're on May 4th. Okay. Pause. So we need to be on 3rd. So April 3rd at 0940. Okay. And we're going to hit reset. And I have market depth on here too. So it's going to be as close to the live data we can possibly get, right? Okay, now we're going to hit play. It doesn't like something. Something's going on. It's doing exactly the same thing it was doing before. Okay, let's go ahead and close. Yes, we're going to stop the replay. So I think I just need to reset the replay. I think that's the problem. I got the new chart up, but I think it's running off of the old chart and not the new. So okay, now we're going to go into options, replay tick data. Okay, now we're going to go into, well, I just lost it. I don't know what's going on. April 3rd, 9:40 set. This is taking way too long. Rude. It's cutting into our backtesting time. It still didn't do it. All right. So we're going to go ahead and shut down the replay. I need to save this TCI. And then hashtag dead. Just to show you. There you go. There's your name. Save new. Now let's go ahead and close this. And now we're going to exit out of the charting software completely. Okay. So we're going to close, and we're going to close the other one that I had over here for the heat map. No, that's fine. And then we're going to come back in, and we're going to do, sorry for technical difficulties. See, you know what? You come up with something, and I'll listen. I will 100% listen. Oh, you know what? I don't think it. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe it didn't save the price chart in there, but that doesn't make any sense, does it? It didn't. But it's. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Fine. Fine. Now, if I come back into the TCI dead and I hit save, workspace saved. Okay, so now it should be saved and we should be good to go. Now, let's try this again. Sorry about that. Sorry about the difficulties, the technical difficulties. That just took a lot longer than I anticipated. Now, April 4th, 9:40, CME, NASDAQ, select, April 3rd. April 3 is a Friday. Yeah, it should be fine. Set. So we're on May 4th now at 6 a.m. So we're going to pause this. Now we're going to go ahead and go to, or we're on April 5. I don't understand because April 5 is okay, so we're on a Sunday. So maybe that Friday was a holiday. You know what? I think it was. I think that was Good Friday, wasn't it? So 0940, we're going to hit reset. That's exactly what was going on. I didn't have to do any of that stuff because it was working. I wasn't working. So that was not a platform issue. That was a complete Tony issue. Like one of those cartoons where the things like, you know, the characters like it's kind of what I was just doing. And May 4th isn't going to work at 9:40 because that's a Sunday. So I need actually the 6th. I need the 6th because the 6th is that next day, because the market on Sunday opens up at 6 p.m. and then we have to go all the way to 9:40 in the morning. And so I just picked 9:40 in the morning on a Sunday, and that's not going to help us. Wow. You can tell I was a jarhead. 100%. Need my MRE and my crayons and my Elmer's glue. Okay, good. We're back. We are back. So we have an auction below us. Okay. We have an auction below us and we have an up bar over here. Going to give us some space and going to give us some time. But this is our bar up bar. Okay. We could be entered right here. So I'm going to go ahead and be a good steward. And I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to take what you give me right now. I'm just going long. I'm going long. It's 9:42. We're already in, value, right? We already have this nice big down. We got a pullback in here that tested back in, right? The low, the buy, I would want to be in here anyhow. I'm 10 points above where I could have entered off of the open here. So now we tested the low, we tested the sellers where the buyers at. The buyers are here, but here's the auction. This is a little bit too tight. We're green. I'm picking purple because I can read colors. Yes, I can. Now we're going to 1060. That's our inventory. We're going to pick up 1060 on this position, or it's going to come against us. And if it comes against us, what I'm going to do is asset manage us out of the position. We have 5,000 we have 5 cars. We have 5 cars. I'm resetting to 5 cars every single day. Why? That way we're not wrapping revenue into it, and we can take revenue out for personal lifestyle and growing the account. Oh, I got plans, yo. Not for personal lifestyle. I got plans for all of this. Now, here's the question. Do we pick up inventory on this first position? Or do we let it run? And if we let it run, what do? Do we take all these as scalps trades? Do we hold? Do we take IVB? See, here's the problem, right? We're in the mid range. Where did it go? And right directly to these buyers where I didn't want to take it. We're right here in this mid range, right? I like picking up the inventory first thing in the morning. It just feels good. That's me. Everybody can figure out what they want to do with that, but that's me. I like picking up the inventory first thing in the morning. Give me an extra $1,000 to play with. Threaten me with a good time. Let's dance. There it is. Jesus. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Oh, but Tony, you could have gotten more. But you know what, though, Seed? Think about it. All right? It's tricky, yeah. I completely agree with you. But these are first world problems here. These are good problems to have. I mean, think about it. I'm worried about trying to figure out how I'm going to asset manage revenue, gifts from the universe, whatever you want to call it. These are good problems to have. I'm not complaining. So when I think of the trickiness, it's not like I'm sitting here and like, oh my God, how am I going to figure this out, right? What's going on? How am I going to do this? So no, it's very, very relaxed because it's tricky. Sure, I agree with you. But I can't help but think right after that of, man, this is a really good problem to have. If I'm going to have a problem, this was like I couldn't even pick this one and luck out, if that makes sense. If you understand my meaning there. I don't I'm blind. I have no idea what the market condition is. I have nothing else. It almost feels like I almost feel like right now I took all my clothes off at a non-nude beach and everybody's looking at me like I'm crazy, right? Because I'm like, don't know what's going on around me. I don't know where I'm at. It feels a little unsettling because I'm not used to it. And no, I've never been to a nude beach. That's not my thing. I'm just trying to come up with descriptive ideas. And of course, in my deranged mind, that's where it goes. So, whatever. So just like last time, right? We're waiting for a pullback. We're waiting for to see what's going to happen here at the highs. I can't really do anything until we break out and we close above initial balance, right? And then I'm looking for a possible trend condition. Then I need a pullback and a reason to get in for the long side. The only sellers that we really have in this market at all is here, here, and here. We have no sellers anywhere, nowhere. And if we can get above these two here on a pullback, you know what? This is my pullback. I'm getting in. I don't even care. I don't even care. I have no sellers. I have no sellers. I have plenty of assets right now that I can manage this position. I'm getting in here and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to throw in my target at, well, it's not even up here. Oh, you know why it's not up here? Because we don't have a close. That's why. Why am I doing this? Because we don't have anything. I'm going to go ahead and enter another one down here. Why? We're entering in the buyers where the sellers are. I'm going to get aggressive with this. I'm going to try to break this. Exactly what I'm going to try to do. I am going to attempt to break this right now. Why? Because I'm just like, I can't believe that this is what's going on. I'm only seeing sellers in three different places. I'm seeing nothing but buyers coming into this market. That's all I'm seeing, right? This is nothing but telling me up. And if I'm going to be an asset manager and everything is telling me up, why am I not doubling in size at that point in time? Especially if I try to take a position here, price action comes down to where the only sellers are, holds, buys back above it again, I'm long. I am 100% long. Use my cars to my benefit and my value rather than just holding on to them and just saying, okay, you know what, whatever. And then let's see if I can average myself out of this if I need to with the 3 cars that I have left if it starts going against me. And I still bought one at a lower price. So we already averaged ourselves in as an asset manager would anyhow. It's not like I was buying at higher prices. Buyers, 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 buyers. I don't hear danger, Will Robinson. I'm seeing buyers, buyers, buyers. And I'm long. And there's nothing but buyers. Did I say buyers? Did anybody miss that? Tested the auction, tested the sellers once again, didn't break the high, but we have buyers again up here. This area is going to be a little bit of an area of a contention. If we come down in here and start pulling back, I'm going to get out of my position and wait for another one and wait for it to come back through here and close and do what I was supposed to do. But I couldn't help myself. We pulled back to the low of the sellers. We pulled back to the low of the sellers and got back up to where the buyers were. I couldn't help myself in that position. But I do know that I'm in a little bit higher by waiting for the confirmation. So we come back into where the sellers are again. I'm willing to buy. I'm not willing to buy again now because I don't have enough cars. Bias? Um, no, no, not bias at all. It's the we came down into there's only sellers. Buy, bias. I see what you're saying. Yes, 100%. Well played, sir. And I forgot we do have an extra. We have our $1,000. We were already locked in, and that's what I'm playing with us right now. So we'd still have 5 cars because we'd locked in that initial 1,000. Can it really be this easy? I've seen it this easy before for people. I've seen it. And so, yes, the answer is yes, it really can be this simple. I have my own little AC in my office, and so as if you guys here, I'll give you a little tour. We're gonna come back over here real quick. That is all of my. That's where I record all of my long form videos. Is right back there, and then I have another workstation over there, which is my day job. Then I have me over here, and so when I have everything going, it it can get pretty warm in here. So I have my own little AC in here to keep it cool. There, better. Okay. All right, now I might as well pay attention. I mean, I mean, I mean, do we do it again? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't. This is the problem, Seed. I don't know at this point in time. How do I manage these positions right now? I don't know. I don't know. And I need to figure it out before Monday, because I think what I'm going to do is be reasonable. God, I hate that word. There's like really no need for me to be reasonable in my viewpoint, but okay, I'm going to be reasonable. I'm going to go sim again on Monday. And if I'm going to trade this live on Monday, and if it goes well and I do everything I want to do with it, then I'm really, 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 really thinking that the 5 cars that I have in my inventory on Tuesday are going to be live with a prop firm. I'm really thinking on Tuesday I'm going to go live with this, because this is something I feel like I can 100% do. Teaching whatever. There's nothing to teach. Now, okay, if I didn't get in early where the sellers were and waited for the close above, right? Here's the pullback, okay? Here's our next pullback. Where would I be looking for an entry point at this point in time, right? Because I'm not going to get in on the big down bar. I need to wait for a higher high or something along those lines. There's the area right here. There's the long in this area right here. I'm so tempted to add another car right now. I'm not going to, but I am tempted. But I'm not. God, it is hard for me not to. And this is why. This is why I'm thinking this way. Seller, seller, seller. Buyer, 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 buyer. There's nothing but buyers anywhere around us. The hell is this dot doing here? What is this? We just have a random dot someplace? Well, that's weird. And price just so happened to pull back to it? I don't know. There's a glitch in the matrix. Black cat, purple dot, same. Whatever. Just run with it. Okay. These positions. We're not always going to have a trending market condition, but when we know that we have a trending market condition, what do? We trade the trend. But when we're in value, what do? Manipulation. Yes. My favorite word, market manipulation. Oh my God, take responsibility for your own actions. That's why I just want to take a person by the shoulders. Take responsibility for your. Oh, that poor guy. He's probably never going to come back and talk to me again. I kind of feel bad. I ruined him. What was it? Mathematical importance? What was the word? The phrase? I'm like, oh no. You need somebody to talk some sense into you, my friend. Oh, poor guy. I still don't know what that dot's doing. I almost like want to try to. It almost looks like a Skittle. Like I just grab it out of my screen, right, and pop it in my mouth and have a Skittle. I love Skittles, by the way. Skittles are like one of my favorite things ever. And then we can always, change the color to like a dark brown, and it'll be the Austin Power mole guy. Mole, mole, mole. I love that movie. Oh, shot in the head. Let me rephrase that. There's something wrong with me. Uh, get myself banned. This is really hard for me right now. Really hard for me, see, because I really want to hit the fast forward button. I'm not going to, but I really want to. You told me not to, so I'm not. I'm not going to do it. But I'm telling you, this target here to go after is a really easy target for me. I have no problems with this. My issue is going to be this one up here. That's my issue. I mean, I didn't even look and see what we were up. I wasn't paying any attention to this whatsoever. I mean, do we put a stop at a break even at this point in time? What would an asset manager do? And this is where I don't know. I don't know because I didn't do this side of the job. I didn't do the management aspect of it. And so I don't know. I don't know. And it is making me a little bit uncomfortable. It's like I need somebody to come in that's smarter than I am to help me see what I don't see myself. Because now with this bar and what Price is doing, right? Do we need to be looking at a potential exit here? And not here, right? Not here, but price action coming down. And thank you for being here, C, because if you weren't right now, knowing myself, I would cheat and fast forward. And so you're keeping me. It hurts me. I don't like it. I'm uncomfortable not fast forwarding because I want to know. And I am not the most patient individual in the world. But if we're going to do this live, we can't fast forward the live market. This is going to teach me an important lesson for life. I'm always constantly looking into the future, and I can't do that here. But I don't like the idea of being up however much we were. I didn't even pay attention, and now that we're negative. I don't like that. It doesn't feel right. And I should be out of one. I didn't even think about that. I should be out of one to limit the risk because that's what I was doing before. So my mindset has already shifted. I might not be ready to trade on Tuesday. But I think we need to get out of this position. I do. So let it come down a little bit more. Down 1600. We have 2 on. I don't see it wanting to pull back yet. I just don't see it, not yet. Down 1870. Okay, there. 1, 2. There's 5 right there. And I have room for one more if I need it. Still too high. And now we're down 3,000. Now we're down 4,000. 42, 44, 3, 25. And I should have waited for here. One more. And I can't do any more. And coming down here, we blow the account. Once we hit down 6,000, they would cancel all orders and the account would be blown. And blown. Okay. So we just blew the account. All right. This is good. We needed to see this. Okay. But now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to this day. Now, I know that we already know it. I already know what's going on, right? But I want to do something here. I'm going to play this back like 2 or 3 different times on this day because this is an important day. I love this day. Love this day. I'm stuck here thinking trend because we broke out, and that's not what it did. I can't leave who I am as a trader out the door based upon price action and what it's doing. I can't rely on, like I did yesterday, trading I can't rely on yesterday trading the to the targets expecting a trend market condition. I needed to see what would happen if I just let the trade go. We are not good stewards at that point. That's not what I want to do. So, what we're going to do is the same thing that I just did. I'm going to go ahead and buy here. We're going to set our target. I think it was right here, wasn't it? Somewhere like that. Yeah, I know it was below this. Doesn't need to be exact. I'm still not going forward on this. Yes, I completely screwed that whole thing up. Watch this. Granted, I know that it goes down now, but watch. Okay. Okay. I think I have the answer. We don't need to hit home runs. And I think trying to go after the higher targets, we're trying to hit home runs. I'm just checking to see if my positions are still up there because I had limit orders up there. That was an amazing experience. I love that. Buyers stepping in. We have the sellers above us. We're anticipating sellers to come into the market. Or not, we're anticipating to test where the sellers were once in the market. That's what I was trying to say. So we're anticipating a test. Okay. I just put in on the spreadsheet account blown possible. Okay. Because I'm not going to say that in that situation the account was blown. And the reason why I'm not going to say that is because I don't know how much we were up, but we were up a substantial amount of revenue that I let completely go against us and then turn around and really go against us. And I did forget the rule too, that their rule is 5. Even though I have more room, doesn't mean that I have more cars. So I added a car when I shouldn't have added a car, and it doesn't matter. We would have been stopped out with a full expense as well if we just let these things go. We have to manage them. We can't just let them go. And I think we're actually at the exact same revenue mark that we were last time, aren't we? Do you remember what it was? It was 1125 or 1175, but I believe it was around 1100. So I think I put the same exact orders in that I did before. Now we're going to take the price action, right? I'm going to come back into where they tested sellers and I'm going to go ahead and buy it just like I did. And I am going to get into 2 contracts. It just makes sense to do so. Why not? Not because I know what it did, but because my reasoning at that point in time was fine. Our issue is the exits. That's where the issues are. So we're not having an issue with the entries. We're having issues with the exits. I mean, I'm going to have to manage these things. So how do I manage them? Do we take this methodology and just make it as scalps? And if we do, where would have I gotten out on the first day, on April 2nd, if we traded them as scalps? And are we limiting? But do we care if we're limiting? I mean, do we need a $7,000 day? Is $2,000 enough? And I'm not hesitating here. I'm not talking out of both sides of my mouth. What I'm trying to do is create. I'm doing science experiments and I'm running the same experiment again because I tainted one of the samples. That's the way I'm looking at it. I'm tainted one of the samples in this example. So I'm going to run the same exact experiment again, the same exact thing that I did before, but now I'm not going to taint the sample with just, we're going to let it run. I'm going to manage this. I manage this the same way that I just did. You know what? I'm not going to say anything yet because I want to see how it plays out. I'm not going to say anything because I want to see how it plays out. But I think I have an idea. And I just want it to play out real time. So see, you can check out the actions and you can watch it happening and developing on your own, on your side, right? And you can watch it real time and see. 2000 for me, it's a life changer. Extras are blessings. Yeah, exactly. And I think I was already in this market at this time. I don't yeah, I was. That's fine. I got in at a little bit of a worse price. Well, no, I don't think so, because I bought in right when we came back above buyers again. I'm in the same place that we were before. Man, look at me. My entries. What I love about this is we just replayed it. I don't remember where my entries were, but I feel like I'm extremely consistent in my entries right now. Would you agree with that? Speak. Do you think I'm being aggressive with my entries or I changed them? Do you believe that after replaying and running this same day again that I'm being consistent with my entries at the moment? Now price action comes back down, it tests over here where the sellers are. I'm buying again. I'm buying again because we're testing right back into the area of sellers again. And now I'm getting a better price and I'm in two. 2000 for me. It's a like, yeah, I already read that. And I waited for it to come down more and back above the sellers last time. So that was a little bit of a change that I did there. Wait for it to come down below, buy again above. Now price action's going up. We haven't broke out of IB yet. We're up 500, but that's on 2 contracts. We're only up 250. No problem with entry. Beautiful. Thank you. We're only up 250 per contract, 200, 300 down. I don't want to overmanage this. Don't want to overmanage this at all. Price action's coming down now. I'm still in 2. I only have 3 cars. I only have 3 cars. I have to manage these positions. And there's nothing saying right now that it's not going to go down where it's at. The reason why I'm holding on to these is we have our sellers here. There's no sellers up here anywhere, nowhere. And so I have all of this support underneath me. And if we come down below these things, I have all these buyers to possibly step in because there's no sellers coming into the market. That's the key here. Only buyers, no sellers. Imagine solving something good. What do you mean? Let this rotate. Let this do what it's going to do. Because we have nothing but buyer support in here. I'm not seeing any sellers, and all of our sellers are beneath us. It's like this idea: we don't need to force acceptance in this world. What we need is for the world to learn to have more tolerance. Because tolerance isn't accepting something outside of your belief system, or ex- tolerance isn't accepting outside of something outside of your belief system, or outside of something you see. You become tolerant of things outside of it. What does tolerance lead to? Allowance of people to be who they are. But what this world's trying to do, though, at least a certain segment of it, especially in the United States, and I don't know about other areas, but we're not looking at it in terms of allowing anymore. We have this need to be accepted, and that everybody else is going to accept us, or there's going to be problems. And to do that, belief systems in different places have to change, and it's forcing that change. And when change is forced, what happens? When change is forced, it doesn't come natural. And I believe that that's what we're doing in this country right now, at least in the United States, is we're forcing other places to change because we have a need of acceptance. But acceptance doesn't come outside of us, it comes from within us. And the way we become more accepting is we become more tolerant. Just the reason why I'm going through this right now is because that ideology, I believe, is linked to the exact situation that I have going on here. Yeah, okay, you mean protecting inventory when the universe gives you? Yes, 100%. 100%, right? It goes back to the gifts from the universe, right? The gifts from God, the gifts from whatever you want to look at it in that context. And when I say God, I mean Allah, I mean all of it, right? I'm not talking about just a particular religion. It includes everything. It's tolerant. The universe is a word that I like because it's tolerant to all things. It's pointing to the one thing that you feel is in control over your life, or the circumstances, or your environment, or whatever it might be. And so it's a universal word that is universe, right? And then you bring your own ideology, your own culture, your own beliefs, your own values into that, and define it the way you want to. And I'm not defining it any more than universe. And a good steward is an individual that allows that is a good, manages well what the universe provides. And that's the ideology I'm trying to create with this, because I feel like it's universal. And I feel like as human beings, it's exactly what we need. I don't see sellers in here. That's the problem. I'm not seeing sellers in here. And when I don't see sellers in an area, I'm not sure where to protect my position. And I don't know where to protect my position right now because I'm not seeing sellers in this market. I don't know where price action wants to defend right now an adverse price action, because all I have around me are a ton of buyers and I'm already in that direction. That's why I'm not putting stops in and I'm not doing other things right now, because I'm not seeing the sellers. And this is going to help us even in trends, because in big trending conditions, when there's only buyers around us, I'm going to give us room. But when the sellers start stepping in, I need to get defensive because it's telling me that we can rotate to lower prices. Now, I don't remember if this was the high or if we make another high. I honestly don't remember what happened. But I'm watching this intently and I'm waiting for sellers to come in. And I remember a dot came in just randomly someplace. And I'm going to try to see if I see that again because I haven't. And so I don't know if this is the rotation that comes down and there's the seller right there. That right there, we need to place a stop below that after coming back through initial balance. There's the buyer. Here's the sellers. Do I lock price in here? In fact, I don't want to limit, I want to stop here. What I'm going to do is now trail this with 1. I'm going to move this and put this into, I can't yet. So I'm going to put one more stop right here. And now I'm going to trade this because now I have a seller in here. And now I'm going off of momentum. Now I'm being a good steward because price action just told me, hey, you need to be careful here. And I'm going to leave 1 to run, and I'm waiting for the highs to break. And if the highs break up here, I'm moving my stop at least to this area right here because we should start defending these highs if this breaks. And I don't remember if it does or not. Because we've also broke back below initial balance and we closed below it. And I'm not putting targets up here because I do know that it doesn't go up there. I mean, I do have that memory capability, right? But I believe that these highs break, but that's the first seller. Now I need to get defensive because we have a seller above the prior selling over here where all the buying stepped in, where I'm around that entry reasoning. A seller came in and willing to sell higher prices at a low of a bar. And if I remember right, this happened fast. Oh, you know what? There's news at 10 probably. This is probably a news event right here. That's what's going on. That makes perfect sense. And I don't know because, this is back information. Now we have another seller here coming in. I need to lock in some profits on this. But I don't want to lock in too much. And we were up a ton there in these movements. But I'm beneath this buyer. I'm beneath all of these buyers right now. See if we get above the selling here. There's another buyer. Beautiful, beautiful. I can actually move this up now a little bit more. I need these highs to break. In order for me to really manage this position right now, I need these highs to break. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, news. That's exactly what it is. We got stopped out in news, and I don't trade around news. I always look for news, and I don't trade around it. Okay, we got stopped out there with that one. Because it's news, I want to be very aggressive with this because this is going to come back against us. That's exactly what it is. It's news. managing it properly, you can still make money in news. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's news driven event right there. And I can only go back to the previous month on this. So I can only go back to May. May 28 is the earliest on trading economics. I can't. Yeah, I can't go back and take a look and see what that was, but that's 100% a news event. And so getting stopped out on a news event, not knowing that it was a news event and not being able to get out of the market makes perfect sense. But because it's a news event, I'm not going short either. We have too much volatility in the market and indecision based upon the news. And I need to wait for a few minutes before I can do anything. So it's not like you're out of the position and you're coming back in. That's a news event. And the fact to be up on a news event like that, that's phenomenal. Okay, we got to be careful of this because there's going to be news at 10 o'clock 2 or 3 times a week. And I didn't even think about that. God, that was dumb. That's a rookie mistake right there. So price actions continuing down. Not doing anything right now. Not waiting. Not doing anything else. Or not getting in. We get a close back below again. It's now 10:02. Price action is coming back above the IB. Price action can't get above IB right now. We're testing the buyers in here. Now, here's the problem with this, right? I already know what's going to happen and it's going to come down against us. This is my reasoning. We're now 2 minutes after the news event. 2 to 3 minutes is what you want to wait for around news to allow it to get priced in, especially with the high level of volatility. So I'm right there in that context, okay? But where is price testing? Where did price test? The buyers over here. The whole reason of what I was holding for the longs, we couldn't get buyers to buy above it. Look at all the buyers over here. Okay, 75, 89, 80, 87, 200, 100, 100. We only have 100 up here, and look, it's leaving, it's leaving. I'm not going to add this position in totals because we know where this thing goes. So I'm going to leave this out of the totals for the day. But I want to trade this just like I traded the upside. And the fact we closed back down, we're now trading in value. Now, trading in value, what does that mean? Value area high, value area low. Initial balance high, initial balance low. I'm not going to put a target at initial balance low. I need to be a better steward in this trade than that. I also need to start putting in a stop here. Why do I need a stop here? I need a stop because I need to protect the position. I need to protect the position just like we were protecting the upside. At some point in time, once we're up a certain amount, I need to protect the position because I got to be a steward of the revenue that we currently have. That means that we would be stopped out on April 2nd from hitting that second target. And I'm okay with that. I can give that back. That's not even a problem. We won't have a $7,000 day that day. We'll have like a $3,000 day. But here, I need to manage this position in such a way that we can still lock in the profits without giving it back. And now I need to be able to do that. Why here? We're above the close of this down bar. We're above the open of this bar. Price action came down. There's an auction, and we're getting above where the buyers were. I want to be aggressive on this position. I don't want to be aggressive on this position. I want to be where an area of support and resistance is expected. And I'm above added buyers over here. And I think I'm above this one too, but I'm not sure. Yep. Okay. So I'm above both of those, which is a good thing. And so now we're starting to make lower lows again. We need price action to get where? Where do I need price action to go before I start getting more aggressive on this? I could just move this around like I would for momentum and to lock in more of the profits as we go and not let price action stop us out by missing out on the revenue. And right now we barely broke the low there, right? And now I can move my stop here. I'm still giving back too much too. I should be a stop down here after this low broke and came down. I should have a stop here instead of up here, but that's fine. That's fine. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to actively manage the exits because we can always get back into the positions. Now, I'm not redoing this day, but we need to go to the next day because I've got to practice this. I've got to make this consistent. I've got to make it where we are doing the same thing over and over again and not optimizing for each day because that's not going to help anybody out. We don't need some optimization. What we need is consistency. Damn it. But it's also good to know, though, that in certain events and market conditions, we can hit a catastrophic loss. And I knew we could. And I did test it and I did find that. And now I know a really good condition that can happen in. All right. Next day. Price action is coming in. We're testing the lows. We're below the buyers right now. We have sellers coming in. We got buyers stepping in. We're going to go ahead and place an order for a buy here, anticipating this to hold. Where are my sellers at? Right up here. We are going to go ahead and place an entry here to test this area. The only thing I don't like about it is we got the sellers here, but I'm anticipating higher area test. And if we get above here, all we have are buyers. I'm going to need to be defensive here. There's a seller. You know what? I don't want to be in here. There's 3. There's 4. And we're going to flatten. There it is. 114 on the position. That's fine. We can get back in. The sellers coming in at the low, the fact that we weren't able to break higher highs, I want to be out of the position. And I managed the position as I saw fit. Now we're above the sellers. I'm going to wait for the next bar because we're in too high here. I don't have enough room to the IB. We just came back through. I'm expecting some highs, and then we're going to come back down and retest the sellers. I'm not saying that's going to happen. That's my ideology here in waiting for a long and not going long here. Too many buyers, the seller, we should already be above. Now we're going to test low, right? I'm waiting for the sellers to be broken here. They're not breaking. Okay, beautiful. I will take another position here to see if we can hold this area, and we will be looking for another exit in here. $20 less than what we were looking at before. I am a little sleepy. It's good though. I only got like 2 or 3 hours of sleep a couple days ago, and I was able to get some sleep last night, but not near as much as I needed to recoup from the previous. But I'm gonna go get some water here in a few minutes after this day, and grab a salad and then come back and get back into this. There's buyers there. I don't like how this is coming back. I'm going to go ahead and do a break even here just in case. We still have to trade. We can't just put on the asset management hat and just let us be. Shaboinky, how's it going? Sorry if you had joined a little while ago and I didn't see you. Okay, so now stopped out. Buyers are still down here, but we're seeing resistance from the top, anticipating the sellers to be tested. And we got back up to where the sellers got tested. This is why I moved my stop when I did. We came back up and tested where the sellers were here. Remember, I was saying, we could get resistance here, but I was putting my target up here so we could get a little bit more inventory. And it just hasn't happened yet. And now we have another seller here. And so now anticipating price action to come down and test this low. And I really don't want to go long again until we test the low. We still have less buying right now than we had before. We're still a down bar. Sellers are still in control of this bar. Broke below. Beautiful. Now do we get a close below? We have 49 seconds for the close of this bar. I don't have any indexes down here at all, any places to index data or price. So I'm just waiting. I am not going to buy if we turn into an up bar here. Waiting for a pullback here to test the lows. We're probably going to test sellers and then come back down, break below the buyers, and retest this low down here. That's the anticipation. Testing the lows. I want to be very patient here. Equal lows, no buyers in there yet. No buyers. We have sellers down there, but no buyers. Less sellers than we had before. Let's see if this low gets broken. I hit it too soon. Dang it. Okay, we're going to have to be defensive on this. This is going to snap back against us. There's nothing I can do about it right now. Now I need a pullback. There's a seller. This is probably going to rotate a little bit lower. And with the sellers and buyers here, I'm anticipating this low to break. This isn't the pullback that I want to buy. I'd be wasting inventory because I'm expecting a lower low. And we're only $600 in the water right now, which is just fine. I'm not too concerned about that. Now we should be able to test the buyer. Should be able to test the buyer. I have one more. Let's get ourselves in here. Let's go up and test the buyer. I think we already tested him. Up, up, up. And this is where I don't like the feeling, right? The reason why I don't like the feeling here is because I don't have extra cars now to reduce and limit our risk. And we have 5 on and we're down 675, we're down 875. Price action is having a hard time getting through here. This is where I really kind of want to put a stop someplace. But I mean, look, we're only 2,300, right? And there's the flat. Having the seller down there as possible support when we're only down 3,500 at the break of that low. That was the key for me. I needed to see that. We took a little bit of an expense, a little bit of a hit on that. But that's because also my entry, I was too early on my entry. We didn't break up and create an up bar. I saw the green and I got excited and I clicked the button. We didn't actually trade above the open of the bar at all. And I still entered. So now we're kind of biased to the downside a little bit because we're below initial balance, right? We have the sellers and we have the buyers. I'm waiting for higher volume to step in at the lows. I don't really want to go short in this market condition, with us being in a much wider range to the upside, in a trend to the upside. I don't really want to fade that, but I will. Oh man, you know what? That was the long right there. That was the long. And I was looking at the sellers and I got myself transfixed on the selling. But that's the long. And I missed it. That's totally on me. This, with the strong selling in here, the 60 and the 61 and the 58 is more from over here. We broke the low. That's why I didn't get in. We broke a low on higher volume, but I am seeing this market moving higher. But I don't really want to take the risk being below initial balance either, because technically we could be in a trending. This is a market shift that I'm talking about, and we have buyers and sellers. Wait until price action gets back above initial balance trade value. Shut up, Tony, and just do it. Yeah, I got in too early in that position. But this one here, the reason why I didn't get in long here is because of the sellers here. But look at the buyers, 53, 31, 46. Much more buying coming in than what we had over here between the 41, 36, 16, 10, 9. So this low, buyers weren't there. This low, buyers stepped in. That's why I was looking at that for an entry. Hey, Steven, how's it going? And now we're rejecting from the buyers up here, right? And we're still below initial balance, okay? So we're still biased to the downside on the day right now, but price action isn't moving lower and we are in an uptrending market. Imagine accepting the 2,300 expense and then the price goes your direction because your drawdown is 5,000. And I was thinking about doing that there. I really was. The reason why I didn't was because we had the sellers below us and price action had room to, we had the sellers below us and price action was rejecting off of that area, and we have room to the upside. And now we've got the buyers. Now we've got ourselves back into value, or if you will, initial balance, right? And now we can turn around and look for potential long positions, which is much cleaner than trying to find the shorts. And where are we at right now? We're coming right here into this area and finding resistance, okay? But we traded up here. So where would I expect us to go to test again? To the downside. To test the sellers. Because the buyers are accepting higher prices, but we're not moving up higher right now. We're coming back. Where should we expect price action to come back to? This range, to retest the sellers to see if buyers are going to respond at lower prices. Or we're just going to break the highs here and just go up. One of the two, right? If we just break the highs here and go up, I'm not interested. But if we can come back down here and retest this area where the sellers were in a strong auction market, that's exactly what we're going to do. In an imbalanced market, a trending market, we won't come back here. The buyers are going to respond at higher prices and just move price higher. But we keep rejecting where the buyers are stepping in, where the more aggressive buyers are stepping in. And now we shouldn't see the rotation down to the sellers to see if the sellers are going to be strong. Or if buyers are going to defend the area where sellers were strong. And we've already done that here, but we haven't done it since breaking out of the range. Tested where the buyers were, and the buyers are defending. But we haven't come down and tested the sellers yet. And we have a minute and 10 seconds left on this bar. Now we're testing them. Look for a lower low. Sellers are stepping in on this low here, right? Now we have a buyer. There. We got our buyer. Now, where's the risk at if we come back down below these lows, right? But if we break these lows, anticipate it to come back. And that's when we're going to asset manage ourselves into the position. Area to add if you want to, but because we're below the initial balance, I want to keep my cars, I want to keep my inventory so I can get out of the position if it starts to go against me. Now we have sellers below, okay? Not the best. We need to see buyers now respond to the upside, because now we have sellers accepting lower or sellers not accepting lower prices, sellers getting more aggressive at lower prices, anticipate that low to be tested. And again, now we're probably going to see a break here to the downside. But we're only down 405 right now. We're fine. We have plenty of room for this at the moment. We don't have any inventory stored for the day, though. That's the only issue that I have, is we don't have any saved inventory from today. All of our inventory right now is just based on allowable risk. Two different things. Allowable risk is a static drawdown in the account. Inventory is revenue on top of the static. We do have revenue from the last 2 days, but we don't want to touch into that because now we're touching into prior profits. More than likely break this low here, would be my anticipation. Okay, now we're down 558. We have a buyer in here. Okay, we could start getting out of this position if we wanted to. All right, but the reason why I'm not is because I'm not, the way that this bar has moved, I'm expecting a bit more lower movement before we start getting the pullback. And I need the buyers to step in and get myself down to a place where I can get out of the market. Now I want to put a stop down here because that's within the range of this. If it pops back up, I'm able to get out, but we still have sellers in here. We don't have buyers, and we're raging between the buyers and sellers. And I should have stuck to my guns and shorted. And now we're down 3,000 on the day. Somebody used to tell me you don't want to short long markets. And for whatever reason, Their voice is in my head right now, and I'm thinking about that. You don't want to go long below initial balance, even if it pulls back into the area. Because when you're long and you're trying to get out of a position, this is where you're looking at going short for a continuation play to the downside. What time is it? 10:01. Beautiful. We got plenty of time to recoup. Don't go short long markets or trending markets, strong trending markets. Expect pullbacks sometimes in strong trending markets and go short when necessary, like below initial balance. That was dumb. That was a trading error there. That's not an asset management issue there. That was an absolute 100% trading error. And what I could have done better was not put, because it was a trading error, not put the asset management hat on and trade it. Now, this is not a day that I need to go back and replay and try to do another experiment on, or to rerun the experiment. I totally gaffed this day. It's on me. Please try what next time? The short. Now, the only problem with going short here, and I didn't even think about it. Now, and we have to put this into mind too. I didn't even think about this. If you take a $3,000 expense, right, and you're down, you don't have the 5,000 anymore. It doesn't reset. That's the flaw. See, I knew I would find it. That's the flaw. Now we have to trade that back. That's the flaw in the asset management on the shorter time frame charts. Okay, so now if that's the case, and that's what we're trading here, now I need to put my trading hat back on and go back and get our inventory. Because once we lose our inventory, we lose our inventory for the next day as well. Because the inventory doesn't reset after expenses. Damn it. Damn it. This is why we run experiments. And now this thing is less than directional. And trying to scalp it at the moment is not working well for me. Okay. Now we're down here into the first standard deviation of initial balance. And all we have is selling pressure right now. But we have to recoup the $2,900. Not necessarily today, but we have to between today and tomorrow. And now we've got to trade. We can't do asset management because we don't have the cars to do it. Hmm. Hmm. I got to get rid of those too. I'm also doing running balance of drawdown too, because that drawdown is going to be a running balance and it doesn't reset. This is why we're going to need to do that methodology fully when we can control the inventory. Wait for a low to break here. We got strong sellers down here. I'm too late to the party now. A little bit of pullback. I'm going to go ahead and short that pullback. I'm going to give back a little bit here, I think. I believe I'm going to give back a little bit here. Yeah, I wanted to go long there, but I just couldn't get myself to push the button to do it. So rude. And I did use inventory there that to get myself out of that short because it needed to be done. And that could have created a catastrophic event and blew up the account, but we're already in a position where that could happen anyhow. And I wanted to be out of that position. I didn't want to take another expense. I don't want to go long here yet. Not yet. What time is it? 10:12. There's still plenty of time. I still got plenty of time. I just need to relax. I got plenty of time. Buyers 50.21. We do have some buying pressure up here. We don't have a lot of selling, less selling here, which anticipate that this actual high is going to break. Down bar, testing lower, 40s, less selling in here. Buying's drying up. Less selling that we had before. We're dropping lower on less volume. There's a strong buyer right there. There is a strong buyer right there. Now I am going to put a stop here because I want to be right below this low if it does come back again, but I'm anticipating buying pressure to come back above this price here and use this buying pressure here as a ledge. And no, that's not what happened. Nice. More buyers at the low now. Now we broke a low. So I'm going to try the same thing again. See if I can't catch a falling knife. But see how I'm keeping our expenses low by doing this? The problem with keeping expenses low, right, is that you can take a lot of small expenses and that's going to be just as much as a large expense. That's the issue. But it also gives us the edge too that price action, if we were getting long, let's say here, we may not be able to get out with revenue, but I only need another 1 point in order to be able to move this stop to a break even and have some potential revenue popping into this market. And there we go. Now we're going to go ahead and lock in 65. We're up 280, 285, 320. Now we're going to lock in 115. We're up 355, up 425, 335. Keep it here, keep it here, keep it here. Move it up just a little bit now. 190. Up 4. Then come down here below these buyers. $453. There we go. Break the high maybe. Bring up a little bit more. 260. See if we can break these highs. And we're not going to. We're cycling back down too far where the buyers are. I'm anticipating the low to be tested again right here. Yep, there it is. Okay. Now we're cycling back up to the buyers or to the sellers. We're just ranging in here. Who's going to get strong? What are we looking at for selling pressure up here? More sellers up here. There's a lot more sellers up here. And then the buyers are right here. Then see, this is a problem. You get too aggressive on your stops, right? Like I was here, there was bars that just went, right? And I was getting in too late because the momentum already came, just like these ones here. I'm trying to buy in these highs, but the momentum already pushed the price. And so if you're in down here and you can hold without moving your stop too fast, now you've got the momentum and you're able to move your stop pretty close at that point in time with a lot more profit. So I've left a lot of profit on the table here, but I'm trying to be very, very aggressive with, we're down right now, and I'm trying to get that inventory back because the inventory is what we need. There was a reason to be short up here, and I was watching that. I didn't do it because we were in a nice up bar. I didn't want to short this bar. We are going to short it now that it went through. I don't like the stop here, but I don't have much of a choice in the matter. I've got to get some revenue back, and so we're going to have to take a little bit of a little bit of a risk in order to try to get some of that back. Teaching trading asset management at the same time, exactly, right? Yeah. I'm not doing much teaching right now. Yeah, buyers stepping back in. We're probably going to come up. I don't want to risk any more on this position than this. We're probably going to come back up though, and at least test the buyer. My stop right now is where the sellers are, right? So I'm over here. These sellers defended this area at one point in time. Sellers are still stepping in, but we're buying these we're buying the areas where the sellers stepped in at lower prices. So we're ranging in between this area, but I'm anticipating us to break to the upside at the moment, not to the downside. Yep. Now I could try to chase this now and reverse, but no, I gotta wait. We're probably going to end the day down. Now, here's the problem with ending the day down, right? Even though we have revenue in the account, but here's the thing. Once you're at a brokerage account, right? Your cash, all right? There's 13,000. So we're only 2,000 into that 13. There's still 11. There's plenty of cars, right? But eventually you got, if you're doing this and you're looking at it in terms of your own potential revenue, eventually you got to take funds out yourself. Coming in. What's up? Okay. Well, that sounds like fun. What's up? All right. So I am doing a terrible job of this at the moment. Terrible job. In here, I like the short side. We came up, right? Broke through the highs, okay? Broke through this little range right here, right? I'm looking for a rotation to the downside. I'm going to go ahead and take another stab to it and see what happens here. But we got these buyers stepping in. This whole day is completely messed up with me. That just the fact that I can't asset manage and I feel like I have to get the funds back is really messing with my head right now. So, we're going to have to go about it doing a different way until we have the assets. And if we're trading like this, we're all over the place. Can't do it. Ugh. This day, I totally messed up by only staying on the long side. Had I turned around and gotten short, we would have been just fine. It's the days like this where your mindset, everything absolutely matters. And in prop counts, You do something wrong, you're screwed. That's the problem. Cash, you're not. Here you are. And now I got to try to trade myself out of a bad day. But you know what, though? I've done this before. It's not like I've never done this before. I traded myself out of a $5,500 expense one day and was up $200 at the end of the day. Let's play. Let's do this. I've got $1,200 of capital right now. Let's just do this. I can do this. Let me relax. Let me focus. Take a deep breath and just make this happen. Anticipate coming back down here to this area. We got a seller coming in here now, so we're going to have an auction rotating between these two areas. Buyers come back to the entry. Up 195. I can't run an expense off of this, so I'm going to put my stop. This is where I really wish that I had a volume profile to be able to go off of, because if I'm trading, I really want the volume profile. Oh, what the hell is that? I was not expecting to see that at all. Okay. Fibonacci, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I need my fibs, and I need the fib retracements right now. That's exactly what I need. TCI is going back to ITC to its absolute roots, and we're just going to go ahead and do the fibs, and we're doing the retracements, and we're going to go because it's mathematical reasoning that everybody uses, that all the asset managers use, because they're magic numbers. So get them from the magic 8-ball. And it's not just a black 8-ball either. They got razor blades. Okay, I probably shouldn't say that. Forget that I'm lying. Ah. Got myself into quite a hole that I'm going to have to dig myself out of. I'm not impressed with myself at the moment. No buyers, 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 no buyers, no buyers. Sellers are strong, sellers are strong. We get by the buyers right there. You know what? I'm going to take a stab here. I'm going to take a stab back to the upside. Hopefully move this into an up bar again. Taking a bit of a risk here. It's not the best of positions by any stretch of the imagination. But I do have to do something to try to make this happen. Okay, there we go. There's a buyer stepping in. I liked that. I like the buyer stepping in. Still need to give it more room, though. I can't move it to a break even because I don't need break even trades. I need trades to actually move. But I don't like how we are coming back and not creating an up bar here. But I'm afraid that if I come down here, it's going to come back and test this low, and then it's going to turn around and break its close, and then I would be in revenue. Oh, coming back from a deficit is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Especially when I don't have any of my other charts in order to go and do this. And see, now we have buyers completely drying up at the lows, right? Now we got another buyer there. They're going to make me do this again, aren't they? They are. They're going to make me do this again. They're going to make me do this again. Yeah. And now, if we get back below that, we can hit the sell. Now I've got less to work with. But sometimes less is more, right? It's the rumor, isn't that what they say? I'm just trying to go off of momentum of this bar right now. Trying to dig myself out of the hole that I created. Because I didn't go short through IB when it was my plan to do such. Because you shouldn't short in uptrending market conditions. So dumb. So dumb. Pull back, buy. Pull back, buy. Pop the buyers. Pop the buyers. Pop them. Pop the buyers. Not the sellers, pop the buyers. Nope, that's not popping the buyers. There we go. Better. Thank you. And there's the high. Beautiful. Okay. Now we've got something to work with here. And we need to pop that high. We pop that high, can move this up a little bit more. We're up 680, 670. Let's all come 410. Brings us back to the 3,000. There we go. Beautiful. Now, we didn't break the high, which is fine. Okay. I've got this. I'm back online. My head's straight again. All right. Give this market a little bit of room here. I should be short up here. We've got all this rotation around us, anticipating it to come back down and test into the lows here. A little bit aggressive on that stop again, but that's okay. We're down 3,000 on the day. That means we only have 2,000 of inventory for tomorrow. We need more than that. It is now 10:30. I only have 10 minutes left to actually trade in my trading day. I got to put that into mind as well. We're trading in a range. This nice little area of value right here. I only have like 5 more bars. This one and 4 more to make 3,000. Seed, it's not looking very good right now, man. I'm telling you, friend, I'm not impressed at the moment. bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. We're going to go ahead and buy one right there. Buy that one right there. Put this down here. This is 580. I'm going to give this a little bit of room. I'm going to give this a little bit of room because I'm going to add into this position. I only have a few minutes left, and we're going to do this. We're going to make this happen. It is going to happen. This was the long right here. That was where to enter right here in this area. Right there. Now, I'm going to see about this area in here and this area in here. Throw me with a good time and come on down here for me, please. All right, now I need to see price action come up. This is our area of resistance right here. So price action come up, move into value area high, and possibly get through the resistance. Let's see what happens. Boom. There we go. Beautiful. See what happens when I have my tools. Yee. Yee yee. I see stuff. The tools help me see stuff. They are there for a reason. When I need a trade, I need them. And now we're here, right here. This should see some rejection off of it, and we're not. Okay. So now price action, is it rotational still? Or are we going to find an imbalanced market condition to the upside here from this little area of rejection? And if so, we're going to get back through that. I'm going to go ahead and buy that, move the stop down here a little bit, give it a little bit more room in case it does turn rotational. I need to be below VPOC because we might rotate bound to VPOC. And if we do, that's fine. I'm going to get popped back into another position. All right. I'm back. Let's go. Let's go. Rotation, 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 rotation. Let it be rotational. Let it rotate. I don't really care at this point in time. Rotate and have a good time because we're trading an imbalanced market. We're trading in a range right now. Price action is coming back into value. We've got buyers all over the place in here. This nice big up bar move. I'm anticipating this to come up again and possibly break the highs. We're in VPOC right now. I'm moving this back down again. 1300. That's going to put us 3700 in negative, which is fine. But watch what I'm going to do here. Watch what I am going to do here if it gives it to me. It's got to give it to me though. And it hasn't yet. But that's okay. I have one. I have one. Are we going to get the breakout? And if we do get the breakout, it's not time yet. It's not time. Wait for it. We're going to come back down. We're going to come back down and we're going to break this low. Please do. Threaten me with a good time. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You know you want to. You know you want to. You wouldn't. Just wouldn't do it, would you? Okay. I'm going to add another one here. There's two. 21, 45. We're still within. We're still within risk parameters. That would blow the account pretty close, though. We wouldn't be able to take another trade in it if it were to happen. So that means we're going to need to. So where's value area low right now? Did it move? Did it move higher? It has not. I probably entered that second one a little bit too soon, but that's okay. I should have been doing this asset management stuff earlier in the lower areas when I started to trade, but that's okay. I don't need don't need to be perfect here. We got to get through those sellers right there. The buyers are trying to, but the sellers are so strong right there. Just won't let me get above that. 2190. There we go. Unfortunately, 48, 48.90. Yeah. 2, 3. What time is it? It's 10:38. Yeah, I bought in too soon. That's okay. I did buy in too soon. Because this is the area. This is the area. Where are we down right now? 2024. We're still good. We're still good. 1, 2. Now, this is either going to stop us out and we're going to be done and we're going to have to start over, or it's going to pop. One of the two. But this is the area I'm anticipating it to pop from. This is where I should have done all of my adding from, is right there. Not up in here, down here. Sellers are still in control. And if I look at it, I have so much resistance above me. Resistance, 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 resistance. The thing of it is, though, is we get above that resistance, and all of these sellers eventually are going to have to turn into market orders. But you still have to get through them all. That's the problem. And I don't think it's going to here. I think it's going to stop us out. I think it's going to stop us out. Because we couldn't get back through VPOC there with the buyers. The buyers weren't even strong enough to move us back through VPOC. This is going to come down. Oh, I picked the wrong side. I had 50-50 chance. It's all good. I tried. Oh! Ah, twad. But it was the only thing left to do. We needed to do something to try to turn this around. And we can't do it with a contract at a time when, we took a pretty big hit on multiple contracts to begin with. We had to do something. And the only way to do it is with size. And I should have done it down here. When I was down here doing my thing, I should have done the size down there. And it didn't even dawn on me to do that until here in this area. And now we're starting to rotate again. We're testing this area too many times. It's going to break now. Sellers are going to test lower prices. You trade into an area too much. You have to anticipate it's going to break it. This is like the 4th or 5th time testing it, and we can't even make higher highs. And this is going to stop us out, and then we have to start all over again. $52.70 negative. All right. Well, we hit reset, and on April 8th, we start again. We had a good run. 1100. 1100. Not too bad. We start again. And that was due to my own issue. That was me. So I've got to fix that. And look, see, we got to the lower area. Watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're already down. It doesn't matter. But watch. We came down to the lower area, right? If you want to trade yourself out of something, this is the way you do it. Okay? Came down to your lower area. Price action coming through, right? The 5 contracts. Exactly. Tomorrow is another day, right? And this might not either. Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, right? I mean, in a situation like that, up 11,000 over 3 days, phenomenal, right? We took expense today, and because of a mistake on my side, not from the methodology, a mistake on my side, completely on my side. Okay, we only need 20,000 to begin with, and we were already up 11 in 3 days. Okay, but see, so you see what I mean? What I just said? That's how you do this. That's how you trade out of this. Okay, I didn't pick it up, right, fully. Okay, because it came back down again, but that's how you do it. All right, next day. I'm done with this day. I'm really irritated with my performance on that day because I know better than that. Oh, oh, damn it. All right. Shake it off. I'm going to be back in just a second. I'm going to go grab a water real quick. Okay, I am back. Now, it's time to do this. Are we on? We're on April 8th, not the 7th. I don't want to see the 7th ever again. No more 7. All right, April 8th. Now, the risk doesn't reset. That's why we're going to have to do this and build capital. Or maybe I just provide the capital. And we just do this. But then I can't show people how to do it on a prop account. And so it's only helping the people that actually have the resources to do it on their own. We have too many auctions, too many things going on here, too much selling. I gotta wait. So we still have about 5 minutes before, or I'm sorry, 2 minutes. Hold on just a second. I keep, this is going to continue moving. Oh, you don't see price? Oh, there you go. Sorry about that. Yeah, it went down too far, didn't it? All right, I'm gonna be right back. All right. Cold. Needed a blanket. Buying, auction. Let's go. Oh, that day yesterday threw me for a loop. Reset. Asset management now and not trading. Why long here? Barely broke the lows, right? 102, 169, but look at the buyers, 126.91, 129. Look at the buyers over here, dried up at the low. We broke the low, but the buyers stepped in. That's why I'm long here. Now, the only thing I don't like about this is I have so much large orders all around me. Not my favorite thing in the world. So we have a lot of support and resistance all around us. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at, Seed? I needed a blinker. You laughing that I'm long. Or both. Oh, stop loss? Yeah, yeah. No, didn't even pick up on that one, did I? Yes, I know. The damn stop. I'm telling you. We're ingrained to make sure you have a stop. And of course, what does a stop do? It makes perfect sense. The stop increases liquidity, so the exchanges want you to have it, and the brokerages want you to have a stop because it's going to turn around and have you churn your account. It's all designed to keep the little man down. Now, that's not a conspiracy theory. You know, the whole system is designed that. I mean, we talked about that in the context of the Constitution the other day. Now, do you have the allure of being able to use capitalism and those type of things in order to better your life? 100%. And can you most definitely can, especially being in the United States. I can't sit here being an American in the United States and saying, hey, I don't have rights and I don't have the ability to do things in my life that I want to do. It's not what I'm saying, not by a long shot, right? Because it's just the opposite of that. But the system itself is designed to keep the people in power and with money in power with their money. All right. Is there new money that can come in? Most definitely. Right. We see it. I mean, it's there and it exists, but the system is not designed for that to happen. Let's be clear on that. Now, I am putting a stop to protect myself here. And then I do want to be out here in this area. I would like to hold it all the way back up to initial balance high because I have a feeling that's where we're going to go. But I am going to protect the position though in case it doesn't. That wasn't news. That's just wide volatility. And boy, am I glad that I decided to do that. Why did I decide to do that? It wasn't out of the blue. Price action came up, rejected off of here a little bit, came up, tested the high, it wouldn't go. I was trying to lean on that ledge. I was trying to lean on this close here, looking for price action to come to my target. And if it didn't, I wanted to be out so we didn't give back all the revenue. And the pullback and the move is all happening in one bar. Okay, we're back. We're back. And yesterday, if I would have given these bars more room, I could have traded ourselves out of that big down move because I was in before the volatility started. I just got out too early because I'm moving my stop too quickly. So I'm going to give this a little bit more room before I do anything. And if we start breaking the highs up here and start doing funky things, right, I'm going to go ahead and add into the positions of those type of things. Now, this is where we might want to let go of the asset management side of things until after we have created our own income. Shiv saying, how's it going? Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for saying hello. I appreciate you. How are you doing today? You good? Life good? Life treating you well? Just trailing here. Trailing. Studying. Learning. Oh, I'm doing great, thank you. Doing great. Life is good, my friend. Life is good. Saturday, we've got charts going. Markets aren't open, which is fine. So this is just, a back test type thing, testing an ideology of what it is. That was something I'm working on, right? But no, life is good, my friend. What are you up to today? You doing anything fun and exciting over this weekend, or are you just kind of just chilling? Do you trade, or do you just kind of see me on and decide to come on and say hi? I mean, where are you at with things? What you got going on? Just back testing like me? Hey, I love it. I love it. I'm working on some asset management stuff. In terms of we trade most of the time for stops, right? Here, I'm going to show you an example. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and just, since you're here, I'm just going to go short right here. Okay. I'm hoping this goes against me. Okay, you trade actively? Beautiful. So I'm really, and maybe you can help out with this, or maybe you've seen something like this. Okay. I'm really hoping this kind of goes against me. I want it to go up here. And of course, it's not going to behave itself, is it? It's going to go down and, well, we're just going to have to wait for another cycle. But I need to pop above me. What I'm working on is utilizing inventory to help me reduce expense than using inventory to try to pinpoint accurate moves and rather than trying to use it as scaling in, scaling out. It's an idea that I got and just going through and just testing it. That's what I'm working on today. And we closed below initial balance, which is a possible breakout of what you could call initial balance value. Can you zoom out a bit? I would like to see the delta. Oh yeah. Let's see. Is that better? And the only reason why I have circles here, circles are, some people trade circles and like, oh my goodness, they're just trading the circles. I really do actually look at the auction as it's going through, right? Like I'm watching the sellers here. We have about the same amount of sellers as we came down into here, right? So I'm not seeing any form of rejection, seeing the acceptance, seeing all of that. And so, yeah. I know some people in this type of platform, right? They're just going to have they're dots and they're just basically trading dots. No, I'm actually looking and seeing what's going on, and I'm really hoping that this goes against me right now. I'd be trailing my stop if I didn't want it to go against me. A lot of volatility. I always look at volatility different from momentum. I look at it like this. Volatility moves so fast I can't make a decision, right? But momentum you can make a decision around on where, because it's not moving as fast as it would in volatility. And when you're volatile like this, it moves so fast that there's just no way of making decisions around it. I don't know if you would agree with that definition or not, but that's a definition I use between momentum and volatility, that when I'm talking to people about the markets to help them understand, what I mean by those terms. I think people can get those terms confused sometimes. I'm only bringing these concepts up to you because you're an active trader. You've been, it's not like it's your first day, right? So bringing up these ideas to you and seeing what you think about them and what your opinions are, and what your thoughts, what your definitions, and how you would look at that. Since you're here, we might as well have a conversation, right? Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah. No, that's just kind of what I'm doing, and I'm just doing the asset management stuff as an idea. You get these prop accounts and stuff, right? And trading cash, and you can do that. And then these individuals out there in this space are like, they just don't necessarily have the capital. Yeah, I did go short at around IB low. I definitely did. The reason for my short was the pullback. So we came in through IB low, right? We came in through IB low. Price action then came back and retraced where? Exactly where we would expect, to where sellers were. And it rejected. So price action rejected from the sellers, right? And now we're looking for potential rotation. What I would like to be doing here is using my inventory to be scaling myself into this area as we're coming back, retesting buyers, coming back and moving back into the lows. Now, what we haven't done yet is moved into a directional move to the downside, so we're still just trading around balance. What I'm saving my inventory for is in case we don't break and extend the range, and this is just a false breakout, we move back into initial balance. I'm anticipating it to come up, and if it does, right, as it's coming down on a pullback, I can use my inventory to raise my entry and get myself out of break-even trade. That way I'm not turning around and using a stop, have to maintain or recoup expenses and those type of things, right? I'm letting the market get me out of the trade is what I'm doing. And the other reason why I'm biased to the short side today from this breakout here is because the opening bar, we just came up from IB and we haven't even tested any form of higher highs yet on this particular day. And I'm on April 8th right now for testing. That's my reasoning behind it. I don't use indicators. I don't use ICT. I'm not using any of those things. I'm an auction market theory guy. I use footprints, as you can see. I use volume profiles. What I've done today is I've taken all of my analysis out of the equation. I've stripped everything down to the absolute basics, and I'm just utilizing the information for the basics only. Most of the time I'd have profile charts up here as well, long-term profile charts, different things along those lines, all either daily, nothing less than 30 minutes, right? So that gives me my long time frame perspective, and then I'm using a 2-minute chart to trade around. I'm trying to take everything out of the equation that I use so I can get back to the basics and say, okay, what do I need to build? I'm in the human performance lab, so I'm looking at this like a scientist right now running an experiment rather than trying to look for revenue and those type of things. And I'm just testing. I'm testing the information. I'm testing my ability to read price. I'm testing my ability to put on an asset management hat rather than just wearing a trader's hat all the time. And this is the pullback I was looking for, possibly. I'm looking for this market to go against me right now. If I wasn't, I would be looking, especially with the rejection here at the lows, I'd be trailing my stop and doing other things and protecting the revenue that I had in that position. All right. But I'm doing something a little bit different here. I'm waiting for this market to come against me so I can test an idea in the context of the asset management, if that makes sense. Yeah, I've been trading for a while. This isn't my first day, right? Kind of like a hibachi grill guy, it's always their first day. How about you? What are you involved in with your trading? And this is why I like having the dots. It gives me an idea of support and resistance. And when you have like this right here, we're absolutely ranged. We've got buyers and sellers, larger sizes all over the place, right? 114 up here. We can see down here with the 137, the 118. We can see where the sellers are drying up, where the buyers are drying up, where we're getting some acceptance, but then we're still in rotation. When we get something like this, I'm just expecting rotation. I'm not expecting anything else. Oh yeah, yeah. Your confluences, buyers, sellers, imbalance, some CVD, volume, 100%. Yes, me, same thing. I have cumulative delta on almost all my charts. At least my 30-minute, I have my cumulative delta. I use a daily profile. I use a for a full session, and then I also use a profile just for the US session because I do trade the US session. And then this is my entry chart. I usually have cumulative delta on the bottom. Like I said, I take everything off, but what you see right here, this is there's nothing else on my charts but this. And I do have the big trades on there. Again, not to trade the dots, right? But it gives me a good visualization because sometimes the NASDAQ will trade so fast that I'll miss something in here. And I definitely look at lower lows, I look at higher highs, and I'm looking for volume drying up in those areas and the other side getting aggressive. And now I can buy into highs and lows instead of, trying to wait for like an up bar or something like that. Your entries with align with 4 hour. Okay. Yeah. So, and low sweeps. So you're on a higher time frame than me. But that's about it. Are you doing more swing trading? Or you do, yeah, swing, position trading, holding overnight and stuff like that. Yeah, and see, like here, right? We have the 139, the 99, the 32, right? So you see the high volume in the sellers, but we have the low volume down here, which is possibly drying up. But I'm not seeing any of the buyers coming in at that low. So I wouldn't be looking at buying this right now because I don't see those buyers coming in at a low. So that's what's going on. Day trade take around 2 trades per day, kind of entries at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., 6 p.m. You're solid. You are absolutely solid. I love it. How long have you been trading for? When did you take your first trade, and then how long had you been trading for, and how long did it take you to maintain a level of consistency? Just out of curiosity. I took my first trade in 98. I've been around. I started right after the advent of the internet, really, before anything was really coming off of. Yes, exactly. Passive buyers also absorbing aggressive sellers. Exactly. 100%. 100%. And that's where I use cumulative delta for, right? To help with that process as well. Because here's total volume. Cumulative, of course, is just delta, right? It's looking at the market orders only. And now we have the cumulative, we've got the passive, and then in the context of that strength, right? So one of the things that I love is the divergence between price and delta. So if price action, for example, is an up bar but delta is down, right? I'm looking for the possibility of that low to be tested after that up bar. 3 years without a mentor, just grinding daily. Yeah, you know what, man? You're solid. You're doing the right things. You don't really, honestly, for individuals coming into trading, you're so much better off not having mentors. I didn't do that direction, and unfortunately, I spent a lot of money and a lot of time for no reason whatsoever. So you're solid. Keep doing what you're doing. Um, the only question I would ask you is this: are you in trading because and this is just personal, you don't have to ask it if you don't want to. You just mentioned the word grinding daily, right? To me, grinding is we have to force ourselves to do something because we're not necessarily aligned. We're doing it because we think we need to in order to get a result, or we're doing something because we actually enjoy doing it. Like for me, trading, I'm here doing this right now. I'm not grinding. I love this. I just wanted to check in because used the word grinding, and I think, you know, we use that now in our regular terminology. I'm just checking in with you. That's all. And see, like here, that's exactly what I'm talk about, right? The low and what's going on with volume here. And you've got 31, yeah, but look at the no buyers here are all the sellers, and you get the sellers and the buyers step in at that low right there, right? That's where I'm looking for opportunities most of the time for buying. I'm doing something different today than I normally do because I'm testing, and that's why I'm back testing. I want to be back testing my regular methodology. And I literally have stripped everything down. I don't even have my profile chart, so I'm not biased in my normal pre-market analysis. I love the game, but sometimes we feel it's overwhelming. Like I'm in the right direction or wrong. Yeah, absolutely. Um, I completely agree with you. I was trading full time from 2008 to 2000 to 20 to the end of 2019. Went through a really bad divorce in 2020 and basically retired from trading. Um, and then I just recently got into it again in April. So I didn't even get charts again until May. So I unretired here recently. So I'm fresh again. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how long I maintain, the grind this time, right? But things are going really well right now. I'm doing extremely well in my trading. But one of the things that I found for me is I love I love the interaction with people. I love the community. And a lot of times when we're doing this, right, we're just in front of our computers and it's just us, and the community isn't there. And so by going live like this, I find that I have the community. I have individuals like you that come in, right, and like saying hi and those type of things. I have Seed of Life in here that I'm working on with this deck with this back test and stuff right now. That you're not interrupting at all, by the way. Um, I just wanted to throw that out there. No, so please, I wouldn't be live if that was the case, but it just provides the community. Individuals can come into Discord. We can share ideas. A lot of great minds. I mean, it takes a unique individual to want to be involved in the markets in the first place, and unique minds attract unique minds, and you start to build a community, and the boredom starts to go away, right? Thank you, Seed. Appreciate you. You know, I wasn't Shavash, not as or Shavasane. Shavasane. Okay. Is that correct? Did I say it right? Shavasane? Um, I wasn't for a long time. I am much better now, but yeah, no, I went through a whole stage of depression. I actually, I almost died through the whole process. To be completely honest with you, they vacuumed out 3 ounces of blood clots out of the top of my lungs. If that tells you anything, Shiva, beautiful. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, I am doing much better though. Thank you. I appreciate you, asking about that. That tells me a lot about your character. You're good people. You are good people. So grateful that you came in and said hi. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Um, if if you're interested in a trading community with like minds, I don't sell anything. I teach individuals like Seed right now. I'm showing him some things, but I don't have a course. I don't have a book. I don't have any of that stuff. To me, this is just, again, the community, the boredom that trading can be sometimes. So feel free anytime. You're always welcome. It is really good to be around good people, especially when you're in that phase of maybe some drawdowns or something like that. And you're like, man, do I even want to be doing this anymore? Not to have hype, but somebody to talk to at least that understands, right? That's been through the drawdowns, that has, like me, taken account from like 15,000 to over 60,000 in a few weeks, right? That having a drawdown of about 20, 30,000, and redoing work on my methodology, and then going back and taking that same account, right? And running it back up again, and then having the drawdown or blowing up accounts, right? Yeah. I do. Yes. I start streaming at 9:40 every morning during the US session, and I'm done at 10:40, and I do trade live. Right now though, just so you know, I'm only trading sim at the moment. This next week that should change, but this last week is the first week that I started to trade in the streaming live environment. And let me tell you, trying to answer questions, trying to talk to people, trying to look at your charts, trying to do analysis, and trying to trade was way too many hats for my little pea brain to be able to maintain all at one time. And so I'm giving myself some time to be able to do all of that stuff, and still being able to take and manage trades and practice that, but not put myself into the position where I'm expecting myself to be able to do all of it and manage that emotional, mental aspect of doing it live at the same time. So I did want to make that as a caveat, but that's going to be changing here real soon. And that's one of the things that I didn't realize was going to be an issue of going live. It is more difficult for me to be in my live account um, in that process. So I do, full disclosure, right? What's the point of talking to individuals about things, especially in this type of environment, if you can't be authentic? Take it slow. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not putting myself into a position where, I'm expecting next week to be it. I just know that I'm much more comfortable. And it's one of the reasons why I'm practicing in here as well, and have Seed in here. We just met this last week in my live, and I've been working with him, been doing some demonstrations with him in the afternoons around 2 p.m. I've streamed the last, Thursday and Friday, like 5 hours, just showing him my whole process and those type of things. Um, and really trying to help establish him and his intention, because That's what this is all about to me, right? We all have an intention. The problem is we've got programming on the subconscious side that, keeps us from walking into our intention and taking the action we want to at times because it comes online before conscious participation has a chance to. And so, how do we do that? And my whole reason for streaming live and doing those things is to be able to demonstrate how we can do that because I do get triggered sometimes, right? I'm not always perfect. I'm not always doing the things I want to be doing. I do overtrade sometimes, but it's to be able to demonstrate that and show it at the live edge and make it meaningful to all areas of life, not just about trading. Because how many times do we have a conversation with somebody where, like, we're talking to them, we're like, man, why did I say that? Or, I said I wasn't going to do that again, and here I did it. It's those type of things. And I think that they really show up a lot in trading because in trading, we're right here in this moment. I mean, everything that exists in the left has no bearing really on what happens to the right other than our observations of it, our perception of it, right? But then everything to the right of the chart doesn't happen until after the present moment is already done and that bar closes and becomes part of the static information. And so for me, trading is about being able to recognize that present moment, the right now, be in that moment intentionally and allowing action to align to intention. And when that happens, we start fulfilling our intention. And when intention's fulfilled, we start to experience joy. There's my whole spiel, Shiva. That's why I'm doing this, and that's my whole intention behind it. It's not to sell a course, say, hey, I'm a guru. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, okay. I just blew up a combine or would have blown up one. Not a combine, but an evaluation or whatever you want to call these things, right? Because that's what most people are interested in. So I'm really working on that right now as well. I just blew one up yesterday. I was up $11,000 and then turned around and had a $5,000 drawdown. Like, and the $5,000 drawdown was not because of the system. It was absolutely me. I did that. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I tried to get out of the mistake and it didn't work. So here I am on the next day. You missed that portion. So I would have blown up a evaluation account had I been in one from an absolute mistake in my analysis and trade entry. Yeah, right, Shiva. So, yep, that's what I'm doing. I think there's just too many people that feel stuck in life, and I think that self-help and those type of things, I think some of it's really good, but I think we've missed kind of the point of a lot of it, and so I'm just trying to put my own spin on it. Where are you from? Canada. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. I've been to Toronto, but I had the pleasure of going to British Columbia when I was a kid. I was raised in Oregon and Washington State, and oh man, you guys have a beautiful, beautiful country, and the people. I love Canadians. I used to hang out with Canadians a lot when I was in Afghanistan. You guys had some troops over there too, and just great people. You guys are just great people. I'm in the States. I am. Yeah. I was in the Marine Corps, got out of the Marine Corps in 99. And then September 11th happened, and I went into the Army in November of 2001. Went to the 101st Airborne Division in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Went to Afghanistan in March. And then I came back to the States and went into the National Guard for a few years. So I like to tell people I was confused when I was younger. It was all for a reason. Everything that I did there was for a reason. Of course, you're young and you change direction. Not that I changed direction between the three branches. I changed direction of what I was originally doing. I went to the National Guard so they could pay for my law degree, and then I decided not to be a lawyer. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I always tell everybody to, and you're in Canada, it might be a little bit different, but I always tell everybody to think of Vietnam vet. When I came home, we had freedom fries and parades and all sorts of stuff. And unfortunately, they didn't get that. And a lot of them that wear their hats now and stuff like that because they didn't have that when they came home. And so I'm always like, think of Vietnam vet. I appreciate it. I've been thanked a lot. Those individuals need more of that respect, in my viewpoint. I really appreciate your statement at the same time, though, not to take away from that at all. I don't know if this is ever going to come up and do what I wanted to do, so I'm almost like, I need to start managing this trade a little bit because it's not doing what I wanted to do. What do you think, Seed? Should I start trying to manage this a little bit? Just out of curiosity, Shiva, the 4-hour chart, when you're on your 4-hour chart, do you find sometimes that it's too far away from current price that it can be, how should I ask this? Well, because I don't know if you're entering off of a 4-hour or if you're just if you're I don't know if you've been entering off the 4-hour or you're entering off the short term, but I know for my example, right? If I wait for the 30, I almost have to anticipate direction on the 30-minute chart. Do you find the same thing on the 4-hour? I'm just curious because I really haven't done. I do a top-down analysis, so I'll start with a daily and then I'll move down into like a 240 or a 120. I also look at a 1440 sometimes, depending on what type of market condition we're in. And then I'll jump down into a 60, a 30, right? And then I'll trade around between like right now I'm on a 2 minute because I'm just here, but I'll enter around a 2 minute, a 5 minute. I'll even enter around a 15 minute. But I've found really hard time of trying to enter around those higher time frames. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Yep. Um, I used to use a 5, 10, 15 for my entry, and I would go bounce between those based off volatility. So when the market was volatile and really fast, I wanted to extend the amount of time between an area of interest and entry. I wanted it to spend more time, expecting it to be more rotational in that area. As fast volatility, you want to give it more time before entry, but then when volatility is less, right? Now you're going to get smaller rotations, and I want to be faster into the market. I don't necessarily do that anymore because I think it's too much thinking, but that's a direction I took for multiple years in my trading. The wider the market, the more time I would give it. The shorter, the thinner the market, or the less wide, speed up the time frame for entry. Yeah, I've been looking at it. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. I mean, I was watching that when it came down through here and stuff, but we have the rejection up above us here. Of course, rejection right now below us, but it's a current bar. I am anticipating to come back down and test the sellers, right? So we're up here testing buyers. Buyers weren't able to create a higher high. Now I'm anticipating price action to rotate, move back down, retest where the sellers were once strong, test that support, and we'll stay rotational until we break. And I'm kind of waiting for the break right now before I start to get aggressive in my stops, because if we break, some volatility coming in, I don't want to get stopped out on the volatility as it's moving back against me, testing that other area of support before it comes back down and tests the lows. Found 6 p.m. I used 4 hours. Okay. I found 6 p.m. entries less volatile and more predictable than, New York Open. I agree with you. It's so funny. I don't personally, I don't like the 6 p.m. And the only reason is I find the market to be thinner and I start getting split fills. Not split fills, but I'll get slippage on my fills because the order book is thinner. I'm not like, if I want to be in at, let's say, 04 and a quarter, I might be in at 0475 or even 05 and a quarter. That's the only reason why I don't trade the 6 p.m. But to your statement, 5 a.m. is one of my favorite times. I find that it's slower, but it is still decent in rotations, and as a value trader is balanced, right? I could trade in balanced market conditions, but I much prefer balanced conditions. Um, I like that rotation. But the order book seems to be thicker at that time. I don't get as much slippage, and the movement is just as good as 6 p.m., if not better. So I'm with you 100% on that. Right. Yeah. 5 a.m. would be the London session at that point in time. The London session is usually pretty slow to me, and around the 2 a.m. I mean, it's not so much if you're doing like the Bund, for example. Um, if you're trading that, it's a bit more movement, but the indices, I find that kind of slow, but they start picking up around 5 a.m. And then if you trade through the 5 a.m. up into the 8:30, then you can trade into that news that happens a lot of times at 8:30. And you can pick up that move, that directional move that usually happens right before the New York Open, and then you've made your money for the day, and now you don't even have to deal with the New York Open. But I used to trade currencies at 2 a.m. during London right after the Open, and then I would switch to oil at 5 a.m. But I mean, this was years ago. That was like 20 2011 through 2013, 2014, before I got into auction market theory. See, now we're not breaking these lows. So now that we're not breaking the lows, I want to start getting a bit more aggressive here. in this and put my stop right above the support here. I said support, I meant resistance. Is it true Marines has a unique technique to sleep in high intensity areas? Yeah. We go through sleep training. A lot of it is, and it's, I wouldn't say it's secret. I wouldn't say anything along those lines, but definitely relaxation. A lot of body relaxation. So, you focus on, for example, tighten your feet and your toes, and then breathe in, and then breathe out and release them, and then do that same thing throughout, like, your calves, all of your muscle areas, all the way up through your whole body up to your head. And then at the very end, tighten absolutely every muscle that you possibly can in your body, and then release. And that's one of the techniques that they do teach us in that. Um, there's a lot of techniques that they'll teach in that, and like special forces and stuff too. That was an interesting question. I haven't been asked that before. And then, now that we have the advent of, technology and those type of things, they'll they would do recommend like binaural beats and those type of things as well, because those can help with that process. But you got to be careful using those in any type of war zone. But like out in the field, or you're not in a place of imminent combat, then yeah. But we also have guards, night watch and stuff. So, the that does help us sleep a little bit too, because we've always got somebody out there. Um, and I can tell you something different between the Marine Corps and the Army. I always liken it to: the Army will get you killed. You're just a number. You're just whatever. The infantry is a little bit different, but if you're like just regular army and some unit like a quartermaster or supply or something along those lines, oh, it's absolutely terrible. But the Marine Corps, it really is a band of brothers. You really are. You're not a number. We will come after you, even if it's just to collect a body, for example. But the army will literally leave you there. They don't care. It's just a different mentality between the two. Hopefully that wasn't too graphic for you, but yeah, there is a huge difference. But yeah, no, there's relaxation techniques, there's meditation techniques as well, breathing techniques that we learn, different things along those lines. They are. I had the pleasure to work with Fifth Group in Afghanistan. I was quick reactionary force for them. They're squared away, great group of individuals. I came back from Afghanistan, and they recommended me for selective services, which is the first 30 days of training that you go through, to see if you could pass the first stage of special forces, where if you pass that, then you go to another training, and then if you pass that, then you go to another training, and then if you pass that, they will start putting you looking at you to go into a group. So the first, and I was like, no, no. I appreciate, I'm honored that you recommended me for it, but no, no, we're not doing that. Not for me, it's not for everybody, and we just we have to know that, right? And knowing yourself, I had a friend of mine that he did go because they recommended for him too. He was part of my team, and he went, and he was more squared away than me. I mean, this guy was absolutely amazing. I wish I was still in contact with him, but he went, and he wasn't the same. He passed, but he's like, no, I'm done. This isn't it. And I saw him, and I saw the the look in his eyes, and I'm like, I am so grateful I didn't go. I mean, seriously. So yeah, it's like, again, not for everybody. It takes a special person, and that's just not me. And special, of course, just not that way. There's definitely no stolen valor over here on this side. No, I give full props to those individuals. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Um, I don't know. I like to be open. If you're going to converse with somebody, I don't know. I'm just not a shallow person, and I don't stay too much on the. I don't stay very much on the surface either. I'm deep. I'm just one of those individuals, so that's probably why I elaborate a bit. But thank you for the compliment. I appreciate you. I appreciate your questions, and you have very unique questions. Um, Makes me, wonder, what your background is and who you are as an individual, because the questions that you're asking and like your statements of SF are tight. That's tells me that you have some form of life experience, or um an interest. Maybe he saw a few things which he can't unsee, and not a same person anymore. It's possible. Yeah, he didn't talk about it, and I didn't probe, so I don't know. And we did lose contact after that, but I think he might have lost contact of a lot of people at that point. I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened, but I can say that I am very grateful that I chose not to go. Oh, software developer. Okay. Follow army related news and documentaries, so there's an interest there. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Oh, that's beautiful. I love it. What type of documentaries and stuff do you like in that context? And then like when like for your related news and stuff for the army, are you looking at um related news, and you asked me of the sleep stuff? So are you looking at like the studies and things that go along with it? As it doesn't sound like you're listening to like all the war stuff, or where they're at, or anything along those lines. It sounds like you're really interested in the training and stuff. Do I have that right, or completely wrong? It's a possibility. Okay. Wow. Wow. You went through the wars. Now, that's interesting. You went to World War One to Korea. Why did you decide to skip World War Two, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, World War One or World War Two, right, gets much, in my viewpoint, much more political. Oh, just didn't mention it. Okay. Okay. I just didn't know if there was a reason for that. Which war do you find the most interesting from a historical perspective? Like which one do you think is World War II is definitely the most intense of them all, right? I don't know. I don't Okay, I'm not going to disagree with you there. At the same time, okay, I'm going to digress to World War One. The conditions of World War One. I think that World War Two was definitely much more intense, but I think the conditions of World War One were what much more intense. Thoughts? And see, just so you know, I'm not trading this whole thing right here just because of this range, but this is an area that we can be looking at for here, right? And if we're doing that, I mean, we have too much conversation going on in the market, right? We've got these buyers accumulating to the upside. We have sellers accumulating to the downside, okay? And coming in bursts of strength, even next to each other, right? And the communication itself between the two is just non-directional. And this is where you'd be waiting for a breakout and a pullback or something along those lines. I wouldn't want to be trying to guess direction in here, even though we are more biased to the downside because of the break of initial balance and a possible continuation to the downside. But in this stage of April, we're in a long term trend to the upside. Do you really want to fade that trend into continued lows? And I don't have value to be looking at right now, but you're looking for the potential rejection and unfair lows for the continuation to move back up to the other side of value. Blitzkrieg, yes, absolutely. Yes. The German army was, in my viewpoint, was so well run, and they had some great generals. They had some great leaders. I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. Um, of course, you take out of that equation, you go back into the other things that were done and stuff like that. But as for a fighting force, and the Germans too in the very beginning had the vast majority of the best technology. I think that's one of the reasons why I was able to do that, right? And then the guerrilla tactics in Vietnam, 100%. But then also too the way that that war was ran politically on the US, right? That wasn't the generals were not in charge on the ground in Vietnam. And there's certain places you couldn't cross, there's certain places you couldn't do. And like you said, the guerrilla warfare, these individuals were underground, hidden. I can only imagine the experience of the soldiers in Vietnam. Completely different conditions than in Afghanistan. But the Afghanis, I mean, they've been at war for centuries. So they're used to it. They're used to individuals coming in and invading, and the Russians were just there in the 80s, and I they're so resourceful as individuals. I had a chance to work with some of the Afghanis, and they're great people. Great people. Next day I put yeah. Um I just put us to the next day. Um Seed. It was just trading in that range, and there was just no reason to do anything else. It was already around 1040 anyhow, so there wasn't really anything else going on. We'll just go ahead and just come over here to the next day and hunt another day, my friend. Now, Korean War, honestly, that's something I don't know a lot about. I haven't ever studied the Korean War. I really haven't looked into it at all. I really don't know much about it at all, other than we pulled back on the border of China. And even that, I don't, I'm not well versed in at all. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about too. See this right here. You got the higher volume in here. It's starting to come off down here, but look at the buyers, the 452 off of the low, right? If those sellers are strong, you should see a follow through of continuation to the downside. And then the buyers started to get strong here. There's your rejection. We don't need an indicator. We don't need, a wick to tell us that we have on rejection, especially one ticking this low. So those sellers weren't able to bring the bar any lower than one tick from this low, and then the buyers come in and defend, but it lifts on the low volume. So this is more than likely passive buying going on into this area someplace, because the sellers just weren't able to continue the price action to the downside at all. Yes, yeah, terrain is too difficult, and the people, right? They're all warriors over there. Um Countries that tried to occupy Afghanistan, but terrain is too difficult. Time frame. This is a 2 minute right now. I'll use a 2 minute, 5 minute for the most part for my entries at the moment. I don't venture outside of the 2 to 5 very often. Considering point of control as support resistance, 100%. My support resistance here, like I said, I've stripped everything down. So, but point of control, support resistance within value, absolutely. I'm much more of a rotational trader. So I'm looking for unfair highs, unfair lows, low volume nodes to give me areas within the unfair highs, unfair lows, and then moving back into value. And I'll scalp within the value. But I don't like to scalp around VPOC, because, of course, what's going to happen around VPOC? You should be anticipating a tighter rotation or rotation around it. So I'll wait for a breakout of VPOC, usually a rotation back into the area, and then I'm looking for a potential long position at that point in time. Here, I'm the whole point of the test that I'm working on right now is not to I'm not trying to trade. I'm not trying to think of the mindset of a trader. I'm trying to put on the hat of an asset manager and trying to look at the markets in the context of an asset manager rather than as a trader. And it's a different view. And then how do you manage your position as an asset manager rather than through a stop as a retail trader? That's that's the direction, the focus of what I'm doing right now. That's why I took everything off and stripped everything off. First of all, I'm trying to see if it's possible. right? And the whole idea that I've done so far, I just got done blowing up a um what would have been an evaluation. So um theoretically, right? And so I'm just going through the the days of April, testing this concept to see if there's any validity or not. Basically running experiments is what I'm doing. Running experiments with an ideology much more aligned to um asset management comparatively to trading, which of course you still have to do the entry, right, of something that makes sense. But I wanted to strip everything away completely, so I wasn't relying on excess data. And then as I go through and do the experiments, I can see what I actually need in order to be able to have that asset management hat on. How did you learn? As Volume Footprints has been around 7 years. So yeah, so Volume Footprints have been around for about 7 years, but we've had access to them as early as 2000, a little bit in 2010, but 2011 and 2012. On Sierra charts, for example, I was using number bars in 2011. So we've had access to footprints for a bit. Um, and then um, in 2014 is when I really started getting heavy, but I was using TPO in 2010, 2012, and then I moved to volume profiling in 2014. The volume profiling is really what happened. Um, right, 100%. Yes. That's exactly it. I was using time and sales in 2008 to through at a prop firm, an actual prop firm, right? I'm not talking about the prop firms today. I'm talking about the prop firms of old before the Dodd-Frank Act took them all away in 2014 from the debacle of 2008. Like it was the prop firms that did it. No, it was Wachovia, where I was, securitizing CMBSs that did all of this. Thank you very much. I take responsibility for that. On We didn't know what we were doing. I was on the trading floor over there. So I have a unique experience and skill set in all of this. But I was using just time and sales only, trading news event stocks from about 2008 to 2010. And 2010 is when I went retail and came to charts. But I was doing yes, exactly. Yes, I'm not talking about the prop firms of today that started popping up in what, 2016, 2017. I think Top Step was one of the first. And then now, of course, there's just so many plethora after the whole GameStop debacle and those type of things, right? And of course, their watermark intraday drawdowns and those type of things that are completely designed to just churn you through accounts so you continue to pay for those, which is where they make their money anyhow. But I much prefer footprint charts over time and sales. I will tell you that much. I don't think my mind would be able to handle that information now, like it did before. You know what, Seed? I'm I'm hesitant here, but I'm looking for a continuation to the downside here. I don't like the risk parameter, but this is the asset management side anyhow in the risk parameter. So this is getting in way late. I was talking and not paying attention, right? I missed the entry over here. I was watching this, and then this happened. I'm like, okay, you know what? I need to eventually jump into something, but I got distracted and missed the area up here. That was completely on me. Um, but yeah, that's my background on coming into all of this. In 2014, I did work um with a teacher, Cam Didward, was his name, um, out in London. and he taught me auction market theory, how volume profiling, how to build your own dynamic profiles and your custom profiles and stuff like that. So that's who I learned from. I did have a teacher teach me the auction market theory stuff. And then that's all I used after that. I've never used anything else. I haven't. There's no reason for me to, in my viewpoint. And this is the problem, see, when you get into these positions too low, right? Now you're into the rotation, where if you're in where you're supposed to be, someplace in this area, right? Where I'm circling, if you're in where you're supposed to be, you don't have drawdown on the pullback. And of course, with a big down bar like this, you're anticipating that pullback. But it's a position. We need to be in this position. I should have just been in it up here. We would have gotten our about $1,000 coming into this area with the target here where the sellers came in. You do have sellers that came in on this bar, but this bar here after the open is where the sellers started to get aggressive. Buyers took the market up after the reversal, and then as buyers brought the market up, you get the rejection of the buyers here, sellers stepping in here. This is telling you right here that there's a communication between the buyers and sellers. You should expect a possible reversal. Here's your reversal. You have very, very little selling here, very strong buying, but the buying is starting to subside comparatively to the highs here, and then your sellers get aggressive, and there's your real entry, but your edge is right up here. Your real entry is here. Here is your pullback. This is where the suckers get in, and it's luckily being nice and kind to me right now, so I'm grateful. But and then here I should have already had this in. We should probably be out right about here. See if it gives it to us. Sorry, Shiva. Had to focus there for a second. I apologize. And so now we have inventory, added inventory for today. Not as much as I would like to, not as much as we would have had entering up here where I wanted to, but we won't have the 1,000, but we have 795, which is consistent, right? We're consistently doing that over and over again. I also do a lot of momentum trading, Shiva. So I'm looking for the momentum areas and then scalp that momentum. Um, it was a really good flush, absolutely. There's reasons for it, right? But if you're entering here around the mid frame or the mid area of initial balance, right? You're going to enter, you should be anticipating rotation. Where there's rotation, price action is going to go against your entry. You get yourself up in here, by that time a rotation happens, right? It's not going against your entry anymore. And then you wait for that initial move, wait for the pullback, then you get your flush, like you just said, right? And now we're going to be heading back down into initial balance low. And now the question is do we break that or rotate back up into the high? But we should be anticipating, since these we should be anticipating, once this comes in, rejection of the highs, price action comes back down. It's going to test where the sellers are strong, right? And then once it tests where those sellers were strong, we're going to come back and test buyers. And then once those buyers are tested, there's the rotation. Are buyers going to defend higher prices, or are sellers going to come in and um get involved in lower prices? And we just so happen to be involved in the lower prices in the context of overall rotation, if you want to use initial balance as a reason for rotation. Rotations, sure. What do you mean in the context you want me to discuss what I meant by rotations here, for example? So I'll just go ahead and do that, and then you can ask more detailed questions. So let's go ahead and use the example of current price. Okay, price actions opened here, right? We came up. This here represents a larger amount of selling. Okay, what I'm anticipating is price action to rotate and move back up into test this area. Once that test occurs, I'm expecting an anticipation for price action to come back to this area of support. And why this area of support? It's not the dots. The dots make it easy to represent, to see, right? We have 212 buyers, 180 sellers. We have 53 buyers. We have 150 and 123 sellers, all stacked on top of one another. Sellers and buyers, higher volume. Higher volume is like a VPOC, right? Point of control. Okay. We have the point of control here, but we have the sellers down here. Price action has a tendency to use these areas here as support and resistance. So we tend to rotate between these areas of support and resistance. These areas between where sellers, right, where price action drops, right, price action goes up. Then price action turns around and comes through one of these. And when it comes down, it tests where these conversations took place of the buyers and sellers. Okay. Same thing here. Okay. So this bar here created our first area, right? We open, we come down and we test, right? The low range of those buyers and sellers. And then we turn around and reject. And then where do we go to? We come right back up and test where these sellers are, reject from there. Buyers unable to participate at higher prices. Sellers come back in, reject price to rotate where buyers once were. And what happens? We test right where these sellers were, get back right above the buyers and rotate back up again. Manifestation, how's it going? I didn't even see you in here. I apologize. How's it going? How you doing? And so I'm constantly looking for the rotations between these areas. And so when we had this conversation here, what I'm anticipating is price actions coming up to break these highs or test these highs, test these buyers. We just so happen to break the high, right? And then what I'm anticipating, since we rejected the buyers here, we got through the area of the conversation, we're going to retest where the conversation took place and rotate back down into the area where buyers and sellers first had a major conversation this morning, which was here. And then we came down, we've done that, and now we're hovering around that area with a new set of conversation here. And what we try to do, break through that low, can't break through the low, moving back above the conversation now, right? And now rotation, where do I expect to see possible rotation end here? Right back up here to this area. That's where I'm anticipating price action to come to, reject, and move back down and test where? Test back into the buyers here. And then if the buyers are aggressive, they're going to buy into this area, move us back up into the test. If the buyers are not aggressive, price action is going to move down lower, come down to where the sellers were once strong, and then either break through that area or come back up again. Yeah, of course. Do you agree with that? Do you see that same thing? So instead of Marissa, what are you doing here on a Saturday? Don't you have things to do? um, just cross verifying, right? I mean, do you see things differently as well? I mean, everybody kind of looks like um, everybody kind of looks like how do I word this? Everybody kind of looks at support and resistance a little bit differently. I like to use volume and I like to use the high volume areas. And I don't use the high volumes in here. I'm utilizing within delta. right? The delta, or the actual footprint volume, not delta, but the footprint volume of total volume, right? Of where those high areas are, but on the bid or the ask comparatively to total volume as the footprints will utilize within volume point of control within the bar itself. I'm doing great. How you doing? What are you doing this weekend? What are you doing here? You just see me on and you just decided to pop in? Is that it? What's going on? I mean, I'm just streaming as usual, right? I've been streaming, I think, probably 15 hours the last 3 days at least, if not longer. I use VPOC to understand if buyer's creating a stage, I call it. Right. Yes, exactly. And that's exactly what we're looking here, right? And price actions come down, tested this area where the conversations have taken place 3 times, and this is setting the stage. Now the question is, are we going to break or are we not? When I'm using VPOC, I'll do no. What I'll do with VPOC is this. I'm just going to go ahead and just draw a profile. Imagine this on a 30-minute instead of a 2-minute chart. It would be much better. When I'm looking at VPOC, this is what the VPOC I'm utilizing, right? And so here, what I'll watch for is VPOC to increase or decrease based upon where things are within the bars. Um, Yes, exactly, exactly. And so when VPOC shifted down here, higher volume is trading lower, right? Shifting VPOC, I'm anticipating now a potential break to the downside. And price action is going to rotate, move around VPOC as it is right now. So now we're in a tight range. I don't want to trade in this range because it's too tight. I'm anticipating a breakout, pull back into IB or back into these areas of resistance, which will now be resistance if that happens, for a continuation short to the downside. Okay, and so you're using exactly what you're using is the VPOC within the bars, right? 100%. I'm using the I'm using the volume on bid ask increases instead. That's the only difference. But I will use VPOC in, let's say, this area right here. And now that's an area of contention for me. And when it comes into a really tight range like this, I will draw these bars as well here. And I wouldn't actually use that top one. I would bring it into here. Now, because we have a collection, consolidation, and I'm waiting for price to break out of here and pull back into. So if I don't have conversations in higher volumes, I'm definitely using that as well. But I take custom VPOCs, like that custom profile there that I just made. I'll take those on longer time frames as well. Not to trade around them, but to be a guide. And so when I use these, what I'm looking for is this personally. Okay. I'm looking for price. Let's say, for example, I need a range like here. Okay. And I don't use these here. And this is why. Because I'm expecting rejection here. Price action doesn't pull back to that most of the time. Okay. But if I get a range like this and we break out of that tight range, I'm expecting a pullback into that area. And this is now an area where I can look for continuation longs where I'm not getting in here. I'm getting in down here. So when I use my volume profiling, what I do is I used fixed on my daily. I use fixed on my overnights and my US session, but I use custom on my 30 minutes. And all I'm doing on my fixed is finding my areas of interest And then I see how those areas of interest are happening within my custom profile. And that's where I pick my areas of interest. That's where I want to trade from. And then I time myself with the support and resistance here on the 2-minute chart. And then I utilize the initial balance as well. And when I'm utilizing initial balance for are for breakouts and then trends. And so if we break out and start to move directionally, now I'm in an imbalanced market condition. I don't pay too much attention to my profiles anymore, because balanced ranges in market and trending market conditions can be very difficult, because now you're trying to constantly um, sell unfair highs in a trending market condition, and you're trying to catch that top. But the initial balance can give you that breakout slash imbalanced market condition that allow you to trade that directionally, rather than trying to expect movement back into rotation. I don't think Seed is here right now. Seed, are you here? Yes or no? And see how we didn't get the breakout here. We tried to break down again. I was going to try to buy this bar here, but I was getting in too late. So I just went ahead and said no, because my range to get in is right down here, there, in that area. And what happened? We came down, we tested the low, couldn't break the low, got an up bar. That's my entry area, and I just missed it for the long side, giving this enough time to rotate down here with the anticipation of range extension to the downside, and we just didn't get it. And then price action, what? Breaks out, comes up here, right? And then pulls back right directly into this area, opens and pulls back a little bit into this area, rejects, and comes back up. You can't see price levels. Oh, is it just, it's, no, I see what you're saying. There, that might be helpful for you. Is that big enough for you? And so what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to pause, and I'm going to shut this down. Yes. And then I'm going to close this, and I'm going to come over here to this, and then I want, or I need this. Which one is it? Right there. Okay. Well, why did it do that? Open says me. It's already opened. It is not open. Okay, let's close. Let me restart it. It's not liking it. I'm gonna wait for this bar, this chart to build first, so I don't break anything. As a software developer, you probably appreciate that. Individuals pushing buttons too much because they're not patient break the software. Users never do stuff like that. I probably need to restart my machine. That's probably a good reason why it's not. Okay, so I don't understand why it's telling me it's already open and it is not open. Give me just a few seconds here. I don't know exactly what the issue is. Oh, you know what? I have a feeling that I may have. Let's try this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart my machine. It's telling me that it's already open and it's not. So, I was trying to get you um the actual screen up that of what I do. You know what? I might need to restart. Let me just go ahead and start the program again and see what happens. I feel like a mess right now because it's not coming up. Workspace NQ main trading newest already opened. It's not open though because it's not here. So let's try to do, I have a backup for it. Maybe that will open. It's saying it's already open too. Okay, here we go. There we go. I'll use this one. This one's fine. I think this one's missing one of my charts. This one's missing the full 24, well, I mean basically the 24-hour session, right? It's missing. I'm not going to have the profile for the overnights, but I'm going to have the US and everything else. I believe this one's going to have that. We'll find out. Yeah. And then I have my footprints over here. That's the volume. There we go. And so I just put my footprints on over here. So I time myself into here. I utilize my custom profiles like this right here. Well, we'll go ahead and draw it from here, which is fine. Oops, wrong one. Those are fans or something. I don't know. I don't use those. Promise. Where's it at? There it is. So I use my profile here. So that's my custom, right? And then this is where I annex my unfair highs, unfair lows, low volume nodes from. And then I get my other areas from these profiles down here. I do a lot of merging of profiles. So I'll merge this one into here. This isn't my normal trading. It won't open. I've got to restart my machine. But I just merge the profiles here. And then I merge them up to this point right here. I have my merged profile. I have all the profiles behind it, which is fine. I don't really do much with those. I leave my most recent static and then my dynamic. And so these are my profiles that I'm using. And one of the things I'm very careful of is overlapping profiles and unfair lows to unfair highs. I mark these areas in red like this, so I know not to trade around those areas, because I do not like to trade overlapping profiles. So, you'd hear in this area, right? I don't want to take trades in here. Low volume nodes. So low volume nodes and unfair highs. And so when we have what I call with the volume profiles, right? I have the value area here, right? And then I have unfair lows and unfair highs. This is where price rejected from, right? And the majority of the volume is in here. So the majority of volume is here. That's my value area high, value area low. Then I have this distribution of volume here, and I have this distribution of volume here. What I like to do is wait for price to move into value, right? So we move from value area high to value area low, come back up to value area high. I'm looking for rejection points inside my LVNs, low volume nodes, of my unfair highs. Unfair highs being any prices within my range of value above the value area high and below the value area low. And then I'm looking for the low volume nodes within the volume profile itself to find areas of rejection. And then I'm trading around value within these rejection areas. And then I will take, once we get into value, if I'm not in a position, then going from, let's say, value area low to value area high, directional scalps on my short-term chart to move into VPOC, to move into value area high. And those are just scalping techniques, and that's where I'm looking for momentum. And then I'm utilizing these areas here and here to determine overlapping value, where I've been anticipating maybe further rotation, and then where I'm anticipating longer term areas where I can expect to see possible participation increasing, right? So these would be areas that, for example, these aren't LVNs by any stretch of imagination, right? But these are overall areas that I can now pinpoint around the 29,200 range, right? Where I could say, okay, we got 29,200, which is an area of interest. It could act as an area of potential rejection. These areas here now become much more important to me as indexed than other areas because they match the longer time frame. Oh, Tony, you can call me Tony. It's my first name. And so I'm constantly looking for price action to be rotational until it's not. It's not rotational when it's an imbalanced market condition. This chart is very easy to see imbalanced market conditions. Here I have this range that's developing, right? Now I switch over and I'm looking for my unfair highs and my unfair lows, looking for rejection to trade around overall value. Price action breaks out of value here. Now on this chart, I'm putting another custom profile through that range, looking for price action to come down in unfair lows, the low value area low, excuse me, back to value area high, back to value area low, and then another breakout. When the breakout occurs, now I'm looking for breakouts of initial balance on my short time frame and looking for scalps for the long side. I have a very difficult time trading trends in volume profiling because I'm constantly looking for balance. Tony, Tony. Like toe, knee. And so when I'm in an imbalanced market condition, higher or lower, that's when I utilize my initial balance. And that's why I'm over on my other chart practicing the initial balance, practicing my trend trades, but practicing trading balance as well within forming trends. And then how do you trade, or how do you identify the shift between a breakout that could be moving back into value and then comparatively to a breakout that then turns into a trend? Yes, Tony. Yep, you got it. Tony. So that's my biggest difficulty, is being able to trade the shift between balanced ranges, breakouts, the breakout area itself, that then either becomes imbalanced again, where it's trending, or moves back into balance. It's that shift. It's that market shift that I have a difficult time with. Do I take significance from daily volume profile patterns as, I do to a point, not as much as other people will do. I'm much more concerned with double and triple distributions than I am with like B and P type ranges. Now, this P right here, right, would be significant for me because we've been trending, we moved way up, we closed at its high. This portion here, I'm now looking for a pullback and a continuation to the trend to the upside. So that's the way I will use the P's and the B's and stuff. But I'm much more interested personally in the multiple distribution patterns. Those ones I find to be the much more interesting and much better days to trade. Like this one here, if I was worried about looking at the P's, I'd be looking for trend continuation to the upside. Now the next day was a nice up bar, right? But we're going to index this anyhow into the unfair lows, right? And we already have low volume in here. I'm anticipating a continuation to the upside through rejection from these areas. So the P doesn't help me really. As you're referring as change of bias on daily bias, I really, really, really try not to have a bias. I will utilize the daily chart when it's for bias conditions, but once it's rotational like it is right now, I don't really like to have a perspective of bias of up or down on the day, because the daily is trading in value at that point, and value is rotational. You're going to get up days, you're going to get down days, you're going to get down days and a continuation of down days, but then you're going to get up and down as well. I pay attention to that to a degree, but normally what I find is the daily chart is going to, or the 30-minute is going to move within its range of value, and it's usually rotational and congruent to the daily bar. We see the daily bar as the open and the close. We don't see the daily bar form and what it did in the formation. I trade that formation on both sides rather than having a bias of the daily direction. I used to have a bias of the daily direction, and it limited my trades significantly, where I was down to like 2 to 4 trades a week is all. And when I took the bias out of the equation, then I started getting myself in trouble in terms of finding too many positions. Let's say when we are moving from value area high to value area low on the daily, and I'm trying to take rotations off value area low off of the 30-minute, price would continue to trade below that value area low into another range. That's why I now have my initial balance to keep me away from those positions. So I'm no longer trying to do that. because the initial balance breakout will signal to me a different direction now. And directional trading, if that makes any sense. Is this similar to what you do, or is this like way different? You're just like, what are you talking about? Because I do have a different approach to it than a lot of people in terms of auction market theory and utilizing volume or TPO charts. I know I do, but it just works for me. And like this here, I figured that we would see when this happened here, these low volumes right here within this area of value in this double distribution, I was anticipating price action to be rotational in this area, and I traded it accordingly, because that's exactly what we do, is found that rotation, because you're anticipating volume to start to, or price time. I'm expecting market to spend time in here to fill in this distribution a little bit, because it's so narrow comparatively, and that's exactly what we did. And so that's where I really use the double distributions, is I'm looking for those areas where price action should or could become more rotational, and then I can either scalp those ranges, or once those ranges become so tight, I just absolutely stay out of them, and it keeps me out of chop. Because a lot of times that's where the chop takes place, is when price is rotating around areas of low volume within double distributions, or within those areas. Use IB to gauge the daily bias of that. Yep. And value area high, value area low. Breakouts also work similarly. Yes, I use 3-session volume profile for concise buyer system sellers domination. Use 3-session volume profile. 3-session. What are your 3 sessions that you use? If you don't mind me asking. Is it 3-session, the London, Asia, and is that what you're talking about? Because I do the same thing. I just don't have that chart here in this format, right? It's on one of my other screens that I can't get up right now. Well, not screens, but my workspaces. Asia, London. Yes, exactly. Yeah. No, I do the same thing. I do exactly the same thing. And then I also utilize the US only, though, when I'm trading the US session, just so I have just what the US did as well instead of all 3. So it gives me a little bit of a variation, but I constantly, my first chart I'll always look at is the 3-session. That's the first chart that I index anything off of, because it's my longest time frame, right? And it's also a daily perspective. Right? Pretty much. Pretty much. But you didn't have a mentor, you said, right? Or did you? See, I paid for mine. Which means that you're smarter than me, because you figured it out yourself. I didn't have that. I hired somebody to help me. But he didn't teach me the 3-session. Well, he did. I can't say that. He was a lot more in depth than I am. Because he would start with a weekly and then go to a daily and then go to, and these weren't even even volume profiling charts. He used the profiling for the cumulative volume on the side, and then indexed all of his areas in custom profiles for unfair highs and unfair lows. And he did that on a weekly chart. He did it on a daily, on a 1440, on a 240, on a 90, and a 60, and a 30. Right, exactly. No, this is that's what I'm saying. You're phenomenal. But I mean, you're assistant developer. You're brilliant, right? I was a jarhead. Okay, you are a savant, right? And I eat crayons and Elmer's glue. Joking. but let's put it into perspective. Long about way, I just called you brilliant. You started using volume footprints with a book from Trader Dale and took references. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Yeah, definitely. You were 100% brilliant. Yes. Yes. Much smarter than I could ever dream of being, and that's not a ding on anybody. That's just seeing the intelligence branch on your side. You started from May 7th for you just started this on May 7th? What? Are you serious? Or did you start your profile from May 7th? I'm confused. Did you really just start auction market theory and learning that within the context of your footprints on May 7th? Shiva, I can't talk to you anymore. You're too smart. You're going to be like, this guy's an idiot, and you're going to be gone in like 5 minutes. You're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Bravo. Seriously, I'm not. Kudos to you. You have what you're describing and what you're talking to me about, and your questions and the way that you're looking at things. Absolutely brilliant. You are on the right track. Keep that. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep growing into that. Keep moving into that. Keep gaining experience into that. You're going to be just fine. You're in the right direction. Trading is not easy. Trading doesn't the markets don't always do what we want it to do or tell it to do, right? Um and so it's just a matter of being able to manage that risk of when we're incorrect. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing my work over on the other side, putting the hat of the asset manager on, rather than using stops, right? Using inventory to exit trades that go against. It's a theory that I have that I'm testing right now. Um, so no, you're 100% in the right direction. Well done. Seriously. Bravo. I'm impressed. Very impressed that you did that all on your own. um yeah, no, I mean, that's what I do. And I mean, you're absolutely spot on. Like here's one of the ranges, right, for the TPOs. And what happens here? You get a TPO, right, that breaks out to the upside. And then look at the bar though, right? You close down, almost a down bar, right? Then you get price action back down, and then you close below your TPOs on the downside. You didn't close above, you rejected, you close below. Now I'd be looking for a pullback into the TPOs and a continuation to the downside. Didn't quite pull back to the TPO, but pretty close, one tick away. You're spot on. 100% spot on. And the same thing happens in these ranges all the time. You're doing exactly what I'm doing, but I'm not using the TPOs and the bars. I'm using the high volume and the actual bid and ask. So not the highest volume in the bar. I'm looking for the biggest discrepancies in bid and ask at certain prices. Like I would have a dot here at the 104 and the 69. So I would have a dot here. I'm interested in that price much more so than the actual TPO price for me. But these work just the same. These here, I think, are better for entries. I think it's better for these, in my viewpoint, when it comes to anticipation of rotation and where you're expecting price to reject from or go to in a pullback or a retrace. In a range, these work much better. in a more balanced rotational market, right? So what's the difference between a range and rotation? This is a range, tight range, right? Price actions consolidating in a tight manner. What's a range? Or I'm sorry, what is balance? Balance to me is much more like this. Let's see if we can find a good example. This chart's blown up in a way that makes it difficult. So this right here, 100% range, right? Identify your TPO range, wait for a breakout on one side, look for a pullback, and then that's your directional move. I'm having a hard time finding it on this chart, so we'll come over here. This, right? This would be one of those ranges I would use. This would be one of those ranges that I would use. I'm having a hard time finding rotation. This is much more rotational. You get it one of those ranges here and one of those ranges here, but this is the rotation, right? And so rotational, I like the bid ask to show up in these types of ranges. I like to use the TPOs. So it's, again, same thing. Same. I mean, if you think about it, right? There's many ways to trade as there are people, but you can only perceive information so many ways per person. And so there's not a lot of discrepancy in the way individuals are reading data when you're using something like auction market theory. Now, when it comes to like fib retracements, indicators, and those type of things, there's a plethora of way because there's the framework and structure isn't there behind it. Auction market theory to me gives you a framework to understand the auction process. And since we're in an auction, right, that's constantly searching for participation between buyers and sellers, right? There's only so many ways of interpreting that data. But that goes into my whole ideology is when I have buyers and sellers coming in with size pretty much at the same time, I have auction participants on both sides talking at almost the same price. Those areas have meaning to me because that's where you have buyers and sellers conversing in the same area. And I think of it like a Congress, right? They're over there arguing. Neither one's louder than the other. They're just arguing and talking over each other. And then one of them leaves the argument, and now price action moves. And then once price action moves and comes into another area of conversation, it's either going to break out into a trend or it's going to create a market shift of a breakout, or it's going to trend. And if it doesn't do that and it rejects, it's probably going to come and test down to where the prior conversation was. Because it's going to see if one's stronger than the other there, or if the conversation is going to continue. Do the one side that left before leaves again? Or does the side that didn't leave before now leaves and the price action extends below that area? And so the rotation allows me to trade rotationally between those two until we get a breakout or an imbalanced market condition triggered from that area. That's my theory when it comes to those areas and why I look at them. And what I mean by rotation and the meaning behind it. Does that help? And I can't say that's the wrong word. It's not help. Does that make sense? I guess would be the comment that I would look at from you in terms of feedback from that. One of my observations during uptrend, we will have a 4-hour bearish candle, 6 to 10 a.m. close with buyers accumulation at bottom, 15-minute candle sweep the low, and we get the move in the direction of higher time frame. Yeah. A 4-hour bearish candle in an uptrend from 6 to 10 a.m. and close with buyer accumulation at the bottom. Okay. Close with buyer accumulation at the bottom. Okay. Then the 15-minute candle sweep the low and we get the move in the direction of higher time frame. Absolutely. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. I can conceptually see it, and I can conceptually see it happening as well. I'm going to take a look at that. I'm going to bounce that off of my my LVNs, and see if there's a correlation to normal rotational market conditions with that. That's interesting. Now, if your higher time frame isn't trending, and the 4 hours from 6 to 10, what is, so 8:30 would be news, 6 to 10, end of the Asian session. I want to do a study on that. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing. I don't do a lot of um statistical. I'm not a numbers guy. Um you start putting letters and numbers together and it's like that doesn't work. Yeah, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And that's an interesting time frame, right? Because of course you have the US session open at 9:30. But 6 a.m. to 9:30. And yeah, we have a lot of news that comes out at 8:30 and those type of things, but why is that 4-hour period important? Why does it seem to be that 4-hour period closes at a low, buyers accumulation at the around the low, and then a 15-minute breaks that low around 10 and then moves into trend direction of the long time frame. First, well done. That's the great observation. Me, I think of it in terms of an operation, right? Why? What's the fundamental, not fundamental information, right, as in news, but what's the fundamental idea behind it? Why that 4 hour period? Right. Yeah, the 10 a.m. close will align with the. Now, do you find that in imbalanced market conditions only, or also in balanced market conditions? Excuse me. Sorry about that. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna take a look at that. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like that's a very valuable piece of information you just gave me. A heck of a lot more valuable than anything I gave you. So thank you. I appreciate you very much. Shiva, you're amazing. I love this. You're good people. Good people. I haven't even looked at a 4 hour chart in like forever. Oh, well, now that's helpful, isn't it? Goodness gracious. Well, I will need to do that on a different. Oh, no wonder it's on a daily. That's a 240-day chart. That's not going to work very well, is it? I just got this charting platform like a month ago and I'm still working on it. It's not it's a great platform. I really like it, but it's not I think I messed it up. Yeah, I did. Oh well. Well, and see now you see what I do. I break things. So, yes. I will have to fix that and move on and take a look at that concept. But Shiva, I've been streaming now for like 10 hours today. I'm getting pretty tired. I think I need to also probably move go for a walk. Goodness gracious. Um I do have a Discord. If you do anything with Discord, it's Live the Return. Um Come on over and join if you would like to. Would love to have you. Would love to converse with you. I do come on at 9:40. Um and then yeah, we'll definitely I will definitely share that with you on Monday. I can't I'm brand new to streaming. Last week was my first week. I'm working with an individual tomorrow to get my chat to show up so everybody can read chat on my screen. And my follows and things aren't showing up either. So I can't even thank anybody for following and subscribing and doing all the wonderful things that people do. And so I can't even say thank you to these individuals. But I'll have that stuff worked out, the bugs out of that worked out tomorrow. And then I'll have a command I can put like exclamation marks Discord. I think I have a moderator on for the weekdays, so they can get you that information. And please join. We would love to have you. Seed is there. There's some really really good individuals from all over the world: India, Asia, Canada, United States, all over. So we would love to have you. It's a small community right now, but um, we'll we're growing. We are definitely growing. Just starting next week, I already have like 7 or 8 members. So yeah, it's coming together. It's coming together nicely. And then I'll be on tomorrow too. I don't know what you're doing tomorrow, but I'll be on tomorrow all day. I've got a lot of work that I'm doing right now in this. Um, I trade cash, right? Not trading cash, but a cash account, and I need to figure out how to work within the risk. I need to find a prop firm so I can work within the risk structure of that prop firm and help the individuals that don't have that cash. Not to passive valuations, but to find that consistency for those that are willing to do the work to do it. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And then how do I do that as well within my live trading, which means I need to find an evaluation that I could pass to. But most of them have that high watermark drawdown that makes it extremely difficult. So if you make $1,000, the drawdown that you can have actually goes up 1,000. So it's not like you have 3,000 now. So it's like, how do you manage that risk in that type of environment? And it becomes very difficult. So I'm looking at that information. I have found a prop firm that I've reached out to. They should come back to me on Monday. They were out on Friday. So that's the type of work that I'm doing with all of this. And so, yeah, love to have you in the community. Thank you so much for that information about the 240. I'm going to absolutely take a look at it, and just thank you for coming in and being such a cool person and, smart. Smart. That's what we need. Smart people. So, Shiva, thank you so much. Truly, truly appreciate you. I hope that you have a phenomenal weekend. I look forward to seeing you on Monday, and I'll get you the login information then on Discord. It's also included in some of the videos that I have on YouTube, but don't worry about looking for those because can't even tell you right now which ones have that in the comments, and then you have to be searching through videos. So I'll just give it to you on Monday. Until then, I hope you have a great weekend. I hope you enjoy. Again, thank you so much, and I really appreciate you. And welcome to the group if you decide to choose, or if you decide to come on over. Come on over to the dark side. It'll be fun, they said. All right. Thanks, Shiva. Really appreciate you, and you enjoy. We'll